Chapter 428. These fellows really can't do anything but spoil things. Xian Yunlan sighed softly. It's my fault, I didn't notice the weird movements of these senior brothers and sisters. It isn't much of a problem, we just need to chase them back in time. Luoshu and Xie aren't normal people and won't be easily schemed against by Yuan Jiuqin. Zhong Shou frowned when he heard that. In just a day, he felt like he had aged by several years. It was because these few people were really smart, which was why it was tough. If Luoshu and the other two wanted to hide and avoid them, they wouldn't be able to find them. If the people of the profound arts wanted to find him, it would be extremely difficult. Speaking of which, he had to blame himself. After all, this place wasn't Gantian Mountain. In the Gantian Mountain army, no matter how his subordinates didn't understand or how much they resisted, they wouldn't go against his orders. All his plans had nothing to do with these people, and he couldn't use them. He treated them like useless chess pieces. As long as they just looked on from the side, it was okay. This was why he was too lazy to explain to them. Frowning deeply, Zhong Shou suddenly saw a teen body leaning against the stone wall as she laid down. That face was Yongqin, who was prepared to use the heart-charming grass and beautiful demon technique to plot against him. Zhong Shou felt weird walking over, following which he lightly tapped on her brow. A sliver of water-type psionic energy entered through the Xunshao acupoint, causing the girl's eyes to twitch. A moment later, she opened her eyes. When she looked at Zhong Shou, she was instantly frightened, her body shrinking back. For some reason, her face flushed red. Zhong Shou's heart was like a mirror. He was really clear about why this girl would have such a reaction. His face was really serious, acting like he didn't know. You stopped them. Which was why you fainted. Why didn't you leave with them? Oh, to be able to follow the sect rules and stop the horse at the edge of the cliff. Not bad. Based on what he knew, this brat was the one who disliked him the most. She had been colluding with her fellow sect members, swearing to overturn this incompetent first seat. Na Yongqin was at a loss at first, then her eyes burned with anger. Of course not. I'm the first one to say that I want to leave this damned place to save people. Then, he said sadly, Marshal Ni Xuanya must have felt that it was too dangerous, so she knocked me out here. Zhong Shou nodded his head in understanding, thinking to himself that the main culprit was this person. Then, he cast a sideways glance at Chu Shui. The latter was at a loss and didn't know why Zhong Shou was looking at him. As for Xian Shu and Xian Yunlan, who were on the side, they didn't have the mind to pay attention to Yongqin's words. They were both worried about how to salvage the situation. Zhao Yinran's expression changed slightly, and she regained her calm. If Zhong Shou was still in the mood to joke around with her junior martial uncle, he must have a solution. She had been following Zhong Shou for nearly a year. She knew that there were very few things in this world that could trouble this guy. However, her brows furrowed, a feeling of unwillingness rose up in her heart. She couldn't understand why Zhong Shou was still so confident even at such a stage. However, when Zhao Yinran calmed down and thought about it carefully, she was still helpless. On the side of Zhong Shou, after confirming that Yongqin didn't know where Luoshu and the others went, he didn't bother about this silly girl. He said expressionlessly, as they say, misfortune and fortune depend on misfortune, fortune and misfortune lie within. Everything in this world has both good and bad side. Luoshu and the others leaving might not be a bad thing. If we plan it well, who knows, we might be able to win a round against Tailing Sect before killing Yuan Jiuqin. The brows of the people here all rose up, looking at Zhong Shou in shock. With the current situation, it would be good if it didn't worsen. However, Zhong Shou was thinking about winning against Tailing Sect. Xian Yunlan's pupils constricted. Moments later, she regained calmness. When Zhong Shou led the Gantian Mountain fleet to hunt in the Cloud Ocean, pretty much no one had high hopes for him. In the end, it was the Gantian Mountain fleet that returned with a bountiful harvest. He also used this as a chance to regain lost land and swallow up several provinces. Like he was able to remain calm at any time. It was as if nothing could stump him. As expected from the ruler of a country, the spirit of the king of 100 monster races, within a day, I want all the maps around Lua County. He didn't notice the gazes of the few people around him. Zhong Shou used his fist to hammer his palm. For some reason, his body started to get excited. His fox ears couldn't help but perk up. A bright glow shone in his eyes, his fighting spirit rising. "Oh right. Also, let me take a look at your common people mysterious dragon warrior heart cultivation methods and sword technique." He originally wanted to be clean and complete this mission as soon as possible. Then, he could cultivate peacefully to prepare to break through to grade 7 and form the two extreme yin and yang dharma. Today, to be able to fight a battle and try out the Taiching Qingfeng sort of tailing sect seemed like a good idea. This legacy sword technique that was said to be close to grade 9, half a step to heaven shocking grade, he had long wanted to experience it. However, in the last life, he had no fate with it. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more tempted he was. If gentle means couldn't solve the problem, then he would use force. This was Tanchio's style. Xian Shu's brows furrowed when he heard that. He didn't know why Zhong Shou was so confident that fighting spirit actually surged towards him. However, in his heart, he felt relaxed. Maybe this first seat really had a way. 3 days later, roughly 20 miles east of Lua County, on a small mountain peak, a full 200 cavalry were lined up in an orderly manner within. The front of the formation was sharp and the back was wide, forming a sharp arrow shape. Song Xingdao's main hall had a total of 150 cavalry. Not all the common people mysterious dragon warriors of the 3 sects and 6 schools had left. There were only 80 left. A total of 240 people quietly stood there. Around there were 20 grade 6 returned to Sun Realm spirit masters casting illusionary techniques to cover up this place. Ruo Shui was in the middle and a mysterious shadow condor was hovering above her with the support of many spirit masters. With the help of many spirit masters, a special ability caused this small space to close to being folded. Even if someone unintentionally entered this place and occasionally looked up, they wouldn't be able to notice the presence of these 200 cavalry. Zhong Shou stood at the front, sitting on the horse, closing his eyes to rest. He injected thin threads of true qi into the body of the silver scale wind stepping beast beneath him. At the same time, he adjusted the body of the mount such that the horsepower was maintained at its optimal state. At the same time, he used this method to strengthen his connection with this temporary mount. Not only did his mount change to the common people mysterious dragon warrior silver scale wind stepping beast, covered in a black and red armor. It also wore a black and red mysterious dragon armor, a blood-red cloak, and carried a red giant sword on its back. Those few people have already left. Zhong Shou opened his eyes long ago, expressionlessly looking towards the small mountain at the side. The few auras there had already disappeared. They should be the scouts of Yuan Jiuchen, a few cavalry whose strength were all grade 5. A total of 20 cavalry squads were searching around the wilderness near Lua County. 3 days ago, he and these common people mysterious dragon warriors had already hidden here. Many times they didn't even dare to move. The hardships within couldn't be told to outsiders. However, there were many times when they were noticed by these people. When they confirmed that there weren't any other scouts around, the expressions of all the spirit masters relaxed slightly. Ruo Shui was the first to descend the mysterious shadow condor, lovingly hugging it in her arms and feeding it a few spiritual pills. It caused the dispirited black condor to regain some energy. The other spirit masters also removed most of the illusionary technique. They sat cross-legged, trying their best to recover their soul power. This is already the 10th wave. This Yuan Jiuchen is really worthy of being called a famous general of the West. He is really careful. However, he is willing to be the claws and fangs of tailing sect. While speaking, Xian Shu's eyes were extremely complicated as he looked towards the direction of Lu. Apart from the bone-deep hatred on his face, there was also some respect. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou leading them here 3 days in advance, they wouldn't have been able to find such a place. The location they chose was also the best. What was unexpected was that they didn't choose those hidden spots and coincidentally chose a place where the mountain wind was really intense, where Spirit Master's soul sense couldn't find. The moment they got close, they would be noticed by the scouts. In terms of respect, the fellow beside him was also a monster. 10 times better than that Yuan Jiuchen. Before his words landed, a burst of laughter spread out from behind. With junior niece Xuanya's intelligence, she would be able to easily save those 10 over fellow disciples. Why would she need you to save her? The voice was like a silver bell, coming from behind Zhong Shou and Xian Shu, a dumpling-like presence. It was Yongqin, who was currently tied up on a horse. Her body was wrapped up with ropes, only revealing a small face. As she spoke, she laughed coldly. Hiding here so stupidly, what kind of skill is that? Is it interesting? Zhong Shou was speechless. Such words were something that even Xuanya, Luoshu and the others wouldn't dare to say. He noticed that this little girl was really naive. She wasn't as cute as his Chu Shui. He didn't know where to place this girl. If he let her follow, he was afraid that she would cause trouble. If he placed her in the hiding spot, he was also worried that she would run out and cause trouble. Thus, he decided to tie her up and bring her by his side as a form of punishment. However, during these 3 days, Yongqin would occasionally mock him. Luckily, she knew the big picture, such that Zhong Shou could bear with it and didn't seal her voice acupuncture point, turning her into a mute. He originally didn't want to bother, but at this time, he was indeed bored. Thus, he gave out an evil laugh. Do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Yongqin didn't hesitate, she couldn't show weakness. However, who knows what she thought about, her face flushing red as she added, You are not allowed to have any bad thoughts. Zhong Shou rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that her small body wasn't good enough for him. However, his interest dimmed by a little. If you lose when you return to Tsang Xingdao Palace, you have to shout, I am a little pig 3 times in front of all your senior and junior brothers and sisters. Are you willing? Yongqin hesitated for a moment before scoffing coldly, So be it, but what if you lose? Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear those words, raising his head and looking into the sky. Looking at the color of the sky, it was noon. That Luo city should be really busy now. Xian Shu was worried. The grand disciple of the common people's palace only looked at their mysterious dragon warrior legacy sword technique Heart Sutra for 3 days. Could he really do it? Chapter 429. Lu County, a county with a population of less than 600,000. At this moment it was filled with a huge crowd. However, at this moment, contrary to the bustling atmosphere, a solemn aura was spreading throughout the city. It seems like there is definitely an ambush. Luoshu's residence was in a small attic far away from the city. There were numerous buildings in front of him blocking, but it couldn't block his spiritual technique. However, the outcome made him suck in a cold breath. His eye-blocking technique only pierced 3,000 feet before it was blocked by spiritual energy. He didn't notice anything at all. However, the more it was like that, the more shocking it was. When Xian heard that, he wasn't surprised at all. As expected, that Yuan Jiuchen and Tailing sect saw that we had to save them. What we need to think about is how to save them and how to escape. However, we still have too few people. Xuanya was really worried and wanted to stop them, but he couldn't say anything. For these 10 over fellow sect members, they would probably cause more senior brothers and sisters to be trapped here. That sense of danger was getting heavier and heavier. Thinking about it, Xuanya suppressed such thoughts. The 3 sects and 6 schools helped one another. No matter how much they lost, they should save them. In the end, it is because of that Tan Chiu. If it wasn't for this person being so cowardly and unwilling to save fellow sect members, how would we be lacking in manpower? That day I saw through Tan Chiu's personality. He dares to do things but doesn't dare to admit it. I wanted him to swear to his heart demon, and he immediately changed his words. Lija scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. His expression turned serious. However, we should be really careful about today's matter. Saving people is good, but we can't let down the lives of so many senior brothers and sisters. It is best if we plan carefully. Xian and the other two all frowned and exchanged glances with one another. Although they had some doubts in their hearts, what this person said made sense, and they couldn't scold him. That Yuan Jiuchen wanted to bait us into attacking. He used an open scheme. Artsang Xingdao can also use an open scheme to take down the east gate to defend our retreat path. Let's see how they react. If they bear with it, they must be planning something huge. Just as they were speaking, a dozen or so violent explosions suddenly came from outside the building. A thunderous boom shook the entire city. Countless crimson flames suddenly soared into the sky. The few people in the building were all startled. They all looked out of the window. Then, they heard a few shouts. "There's a fire there! Put out the fire!" "It's Tsang Xingdao's men. These bandits." Fortunately, no one died. Luo Shi raised his eyebrows and saw that the flames were mostly coming from the center of the city. There were also some in all directions, causing the entire county to suddenly become chaotic. When he looked around, he saw a ferocious murderous aura surging into the sky and surrounding him. Luo Shi cursed inwardly. Who was it that was causing trouble? He didn't think much before stepping into the air. "We can't stay here any longer. Tell everyone to escape. Take the east gate." Xie Un and Xuanye rose into the air at the same time. The latter charged at the east gate and slashed out. The vast sword energy was as quick as lightning as it smashed the city gate into pieces. Even the city protecting spiritual formation of the East City was reduced by 50%. The Tsang Xingdao disciples hiding in the nearby buildings all ran out of the city without needing to be instructed. Knowing the situation, it was impossible for them to save people. In just a moment, the army that Yuan Jiuchen arranged nearby would lock down the entire city. Xian flew in the air, his brows were tightly furrowed. No matter how he thought about it, the situation today didn't seem right. It was like someone wanted to alert the enemy? It was Tailing Sect. However, looking at their style, it didn't seem right. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw two petite people who had safely escaped out of the city gate. Xian Yunlan, Zhao Yanran. Xie An's pupils constricted. Before he was furious, a strong aura charged over. Long Lingzi? He instinctively slashed out with his sword. Instantly, sword energy surged in the air and energy spread all about. Xian looked out towards where the sword light came from, only to see that it was Tailing Sect's Long Lingzi. He couldn't help but take in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his emotions. In the battle today, he, Xuanye and Luo Shi were the strongest. Naturally, they had the responsibility of covering the retreat. They could only fight to the death. At the same time, within a tall building at the center of Luo City, a 40-year-old male with a resolute face had a weird expression. In his hand, he was holding an official document. Just now, he had already read half of it. However, at this moment, he could only stop. In front of him, a teen wearing a green Taoist robe with exquisite features was leaning on the railing and looking out. His clear eyes were also filled with shock. Weird, what are those Tsang Xingdao people thinking? Do they think that by causing trouble, we can let those 10 over-demon bandits go? The 40-year-old male didn't reply, only using true qi to send the document over. The young man took it and his delicate eyebrows furrowed even more. The contents of the document was to delay the beheading time, to send these 10 overt Song Xingdao disciples to the capital. This Song Xingdao really has good methods. He is finally smart for once. Since the Ministry of War sent it, then we have to follow it. But what's going on now? Not only was Ji Lingzi confused, even Yuan Jiuqin didn't understand. Those Song Xingdao disciples who fled didn't seem to be faking it. However, why did these people still run out when the Ministry of War sent the document? Those 10 over-explosions seemed to have the intention of alerting the enemy. Who knows who did it, making one's head filled with questions. Who knows whether or not they should chase and kill at this moment? Ji Lingzi thought about it for a moment before cupping his fists towards Yuan Jiuqin. Commander Yuan, please give the order to chase. No matter what methods Song Xingdao uses, we will use strength to suppress and force them. There won't be anything wrong with that. The situation is on my side. If we use our troops, that Song Xingdao won't be able to play any trick. When Yuan Jiuqin heard that, he smiled. That's true. When he said that, he stepped into the air and exited the tall building. Like they had received a signal, only to see numerous elite soldiers surge out from the nearby houses. Like a wave, they swept towards the East City. Outside of Luo City, still on that small mountain peak. At this moment, Zhong Shou was so bored that he was about to yawn. Only when dozens of explosions spread out from the city did he get pumped up. As expected, in just a moment, hundreds of people fled out from the East Gate. The ones charging at the front were naturally Zhao Yanran and Lin Mingyao, each of them riding a silver scale wind-stepping beast. Their speed was extremely quick, much calmer than the people behind. Not long after these 200 people charged out of the city gate, following which, a vast number of iron cavalry chased after them. What was happening above them was even more shocking. Spiritual energy shook. One could see that Xuanye and the other two were fighting intensely in the air. Pretty much every one of them was facing a grade 7 expert. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the distance there were 2 people who were stepping in the air. It's the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry of Tailing Sect. Daoming Sect's Qingyuan Power Warriors. Xian Shu clenched his fists tightly. In the direction of the city gate, the 800 cavalry wearing purple armor were the famous Dao soldiers of Tailing Sect, Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. As for the person leading the cavalry, it was surprisingly that Tai Lingzi. The person beside him had reached grade 7 strength. He should be one of the commanders of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. Behind this person were 200 cavalry wearing green armor. Apart from having fewer people, their aura was much weaker than the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. 200 of them only had grade 5 strength. Xian Shu raised his head and looked into the sky. Daoming Sect's Loya, this person also came. Zhong Shou smiled and didn't say a word, half closing his eyes and accumulating energy. Yongqin's eyes were filled with anxiousness as she looked on as the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry became faster and faster under the buffs of spells. Who knows what secret technique that Tailing used to cause the speed of those mounts to increase. Above, Xuanye was already fighting 1 against 2. Although she was retreating as she fought, she was still in danger. She couldn't help but say anxiously, Tan Qiu, what are you all standing there for? Why aren't you saving them? Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear anything, calm and composed. A moment later, Xian Shu spoke out, split up. Zhong Shou acknowledged and didn't say a word. He could see that the 800 Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry were slowly shaking off the Taishang cavalry behind them. The distance was getting further and further. At this moment, Xuanye and Luoshi were slowly unable to hold on. Several wounds appeared on their bodies. Yongqin was so anxious that she was about to go crazy, scolding out, Tan Qiu, you are cold-blooded. Are you not going to save them? To think that my senior sister Xuanye was speaking up for you. Who knew that you were such a vicious person? You are an animal, a beast. If it wasn't for her body being tied up, she wanted to viciously kick Tan Qiu. Zhong Shou was helpless, turning his head to signal. Ruoxue laughed. jumping up and down a few times to the side of Yongqin, covering the lips of the teen. Be good, listen to me. You like to scold people. You aren't a good kid. Xian Shu's eyes didn't leave the battle in front of him. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. It is about time. Zhong Shou still acknowledged, lazily holding his sword. Those Zhang Xingdao disciples were chased closer and closer. At this moment they had already spread out. Those 800 purple cloud sword cavalry also spread out, a small half of them chasing in different directions. It was the same in the air. Xian and Luosher each went in a direction and started to escape. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, thinking to himself that these people weren't fools. Yongqin was struggling with all her might, but she was forcefully controlled by Ruoshui such that she couldn't move at all. Zhong Shou continued to wait until the remaining main force of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry, 400-odd cavalry, were not far away from the foot of the mountain. When they were 10,000 feet away, he suddenly opened his eyes and pulled out the giant red sword on his back. The sword was 3,000 kilograms, the size of a door. It was heavy and there was some pressure when he waved it. Zhong Shou held the giant sword diagonally and was the first to step out. Attack! Those 10 spirit masters were prepared, instantly casting out many spells and talismans to buff their bodies. The 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors all gave out a low roar. He rode the silver scale wind stepping beast and galloped down from the small mountain. The east of Lewis City also changed along with it. Chapter 430. When these 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors charged out, pretty much all the grade 7 experts in the east of Lewis City noticed right away. Xuanya was first delighted, following which her brows furrowed once more. Within Lewis City, there were at least 8 grade 7 experts, 150,000 elite. With these 200-odd people, 1 ascended master, even with Tan Qiu's 2 spiritual pets, it wouldn't be of much use. Yongqin, who was tied up, relaxed, but her face was also filled with worry. In the end, she knew that to this hundreds of thousands of troops, these 200 cavalry weren't much. However, at this moment, Ruoshui hugged her and continued to stay on this small mountain. She didn't participate in the charge, and could only look on anxiously. Tailing on the side also noticed the movement 10,000 feet away. So there are ambushing troops here. It seems like the elite scouts under Yuan Jiuchen aren't much. However, are these people asking to die? At this moment, his heart was filled with disdain. Even after splitting up to pursue, he still commanded 450 Purple Cloud Sword Cavalrymen and 200 Qingyuan Force warriors. 3 against 1, how would the enemy be able to charge through? Even if they came suddenly and caught them off guard, they wouldn't be able to win even if they had a slight advantage. They were just asking to die. Making up his mind, Tailing grabbed the reins, causing the purple-winged lizard under him to forcefully turn around. The 450 purple-armored knights behind him did the same. They turned around with ease. The riding skills of those 200 Qingyuan power warriors were slightly weaker, but they were able to turn around within 3 breaths. More than 600 cavalrymen charged forward aggressively. He forcefully charged towards the enemy who was originally at the side. Before they even clashed, Tailing led the spirit masters behind to fire a huge wave of ice arrows towards those 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors. Closely following which was a vast sword light that charged into the clouds, charging out from the cavalry army. It was deep purple, the sword light sharp. It was the Dao soldier legacy of Tailing's sect. Tailing Purple Cloud Sword. Tailing's lips revealed a cold smile. This strike was enough to wipe out all these evil demons of Zhang Xingdao. At this moment, Ji Lingzi, who was standing in the air above, had a cold expression on his face. His current opponent was Xian. In his eyes, the battle situation below had no suspense at all. 3 against 1, unless it was those unparalleled generals with high martial strength, otherwise this Zhang Xingdao had no chance of winning. The person in front of him was the same. Although his sword energy swept about, that vast martial path intent wasn't at a disadvantage at all as he clashed with his sword. It looked like he was on the same level as him. However, he was just hanging on for his life and was about to be spent. In just 10 minutes, he could cause this most outstanding martial path genius of Tsang Xing Dao to fall here. Tailing sect, tailing them all, tailing them all, tailing them all, tailing them all. However, tailed sect, tailed yelled, oh, that's right. That is the peak of the sword spiritual. Senior Brother Tsi. All of a sudden, he didn't bother about Xian anymore. His eyes opened wide as he looked below. Sitting on the back of the grade 5 silver scale wind stepping beast, Zhong Shou's body was following the galloping of the mount, shaking slightly with a rhythm. His hands held onto the door-sized giant red sword, his body also starting to activate the mysterious Dragon Heart Sutra of the common people mysterious dragon warriors. The aura around his body spread out, forming many small energy channels which were constantly changing, connecting with the 200-odd common people mysterious dragon warriors behind him. It was like hundreds of people had merged into one. The so-called black color meant that there was a tinge of red within the black. It was the black and red giant dragon intent, a type of fire dragon. Coincidentally, it was compatible with one of the 9 types of true dragon sword intents that he had learned not long ago. When Zhong Shou displayed it now, one couldn't see any awkwardness at all. Behind him, Long Ying roared out, causing the aura of the 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors to increase. Killing intent surge. Zhong Shou only felt that the hot blood in his body that he hadn't felt in a long time was crazily burning, his fighting intent surging. Tailing purple cloud sword? He wanted to experience it. He casually waved the giant sword in his hand, smashing away the mysterious ice arrow rain. Then, he slashed out once more. The internal energy, vital energy, and even intent of the 200-odd people were all mixed into one. It turned into a black and red fire sword as it charged forwards. Compared to the vast purple sword light, it was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. However, when the 2 sword shadows clashed, the latter was the first to collapse. Along with the earth-shaking explosion, the sword light formed by the Great Spirit Purple Cloud sword was forcefully sliced open from the middle by the fire-colored sword shadow like a hot knife through butter. That tailing also felt that something wasn't right the moment they clashed. This is the pinnacle of sword intent? Not only that. This person is unparalleled in formation charging. How is it possible? The condensation of the sword's strength, the movement of the sword was 10 times stronger than his. The angle he chose was coincidentally the weakest point of the cavalry formation behind him. Especially the leader of the common people mysterious dragon warriors, his strength seemed to only be grade 7. However, he was able to freely move the true chi and sword strength of the 200-odd people. He also grasped the pinnacle of sword intent, like the sharpest blade stabbing over. Like no one could block it, nothing couldn't be broken. Who was this person? Why had he never heard of him before? Slightly distracted, Tailing came back to his senses once more. The current situation was extremely perilous. Tai Lingzi practically exerted all his strength before he once again condensed the violet firmament sword move and swept out. It was even stronger, even more overbearing, bringing with it despair towards life. However, just as that sword shadow was halfway there, he heard the teen cavalry holler coldly. Fire Dragon Sword / That vast fire-colored sword light suddenly turned into a dragon. Like it was really a fire dragon, snaking and swimming in the wilderness. Casually pouncing forwards, it forcefully smashed Tailing's final resistance. The giant red sword waved and danced. In a blink of an eye, this grade 7 elite disciple of Tailing sect was sliced into dozens of pieces. Then the sword shadow waved, along with Zhong Yuan who was protecting him by the side. The other commander of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry was sliced into two. Those 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors were pretty much perfectly intact as they charged right into the hundreds of cavalry troops whose aura was greatly weakened. The silver scale wind stepping beasts galloped, numerous armor and metal clashing sounds rang out. The 200 crimson-red swords danced in unison as if they were harvesting wheat. They swept through everything in their path, cutting off one head after another and cutting off the remains of their bodies. When the 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors pierced through the formation of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry and the Qingyuan Energy Warriors, out of the 650 people, only 30 people at the side were lucky enough to survive. On the ground laid 600-odd corpses, all grade 6. They all died with their eyes wide open, Behind Zhong Shou, out of the 240 cavalry, none of them were missing. Only a portion of them had injuries of varying sizes. However, no one cared, all of them were excited, their fighting spirit raging. Along with Zhong Shou pointing his sword into the sky, all of them hollered furiously. Invincible mysterious dragon, kill! His aura soared into the sky, and in an instant, it seemed to have surged more than 10 times, causing everyone within a radius of several dozen miles to look over in shock. Zhong Shou casually tossed the giant sword in his hand, shaking off the pieces of meat on it. Then, he clamped down on the stomach of the beast under him, causing this grade 5 silver scale wind stepping beast to be covered by a strong wind. Wind stepping. Along with Zhong Shou charging up, those 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors also flew up with their beasts, charging into the sky. The spirit masters following them all chanted once more. Spells were cast out one after another, this time buffing the bodies of those spirit beasts. Pairs of transparent energy wings spread out, causing the bodies of those silver scale wind stepping beasts to become even lighter. Although they were in the air, the 4 iron hooves of those mounts were able to shatter the clouds, still galloping like thunder. There were only 200 of them, but they seemed like a huge army as they charged towards Xianyi. In just a few breaths, they were already close. Of the 2 people attacking Xuanye, one was Long Lingzi from Tailing Sect, the other was a grade 7 expert from the Taishang army. The 2 of them simultaneously struck out at the same time. A knife and a sword slashed down from the sky, trying to block. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly, that red fire-colored sword image once again shone in the sky, majestic and vast. In the air, there was another explosion. In an instant, that knife and sword energy that could slice apart mountains and rivers were all shattered. The sword light once again turned into a dragon, with a roaming body, blood rain fell from the sky. The grade 7 Xuanwu ancestor in the army had no way to resist at all as he was smashed into pieces by those hundreds of giant red swords. Long Lingzi's face was ashen white, instinctively wanting to flee. He used all his strength to force away Xuanye who was entangling him and flew into the distance. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted, the sword in his hand fiercely tossed out. The red sword light, in 1/60th of a breath, pierced thousands of feet, totally piercing through Long Lingzi's body. His body couldn't maintain it anymore as he fell down. Zhong Shou gave out a cold scoff once more. "Take him down!" Xian Shu chuckled and casually threw out a huge net, covering Long Lingzi from afar, and grabbed him over. As for Xuanye, she was startled on the spot, looking at the scenes in front of her with a stunned expression. Zhong Shou didn't bother about this woman, turning around and looking towards Lingzi. At this moment, the remaining 3 grade 7 experts in the air didn't dare to chase anymore, all retreating swiftly. They all headed towards the tens of thousands of iron cavalry that had just charged out from Luo City. The other Purple Cloud Sword cavalry that had spread out also tried their best to run back, afraid that they would be left alone. At that moment it was not only Xuanye. Almost everyone on the battlefield was looking at the Crimson Cavalry that had overflowing flames with disbelief. This is that Tanshio? How is that possible? On the way down the mountain, the ropes on Yongqin's body had already been untied. At this moment, she didn't need to struggle and didn't need to. She was using her tender finger to point at the sky with a trembling finger. This was Tanshio. That Tanshio that she thought was shameless, cowardly and useless, relying on the protection of his seniors to get the first seat position in the common people's palace. Chapter 431. At this moment, Ruoshui wasn't as lazy as before. She looked at the corpses of the hundreds of purple-cloud sword cavalry emotionally. Although they were Dao soldiers on the same level as the common people mysterious dragon warriors, their individual strength was similar. However, the battle between cavalry formations was just so cruel. Once the aura was scattered, suppressed, and broken, then it would be a one-sided loss. She had followed the late ruler Zhong Weiran. The master who pulled her out of the mud was really smart. However, in terms of leading hundreds of cavalry to charge, as compared to the current ruler, he was far from it. Just as she was slightly distracted, she heard Yongqin muttering, He didn't. That's impossible. He is only grade 6. How can he grasp sword intent, the pinnacle of sword intent? Ruoshui smiled, lifting Yongqin's chin from behind, her eyes pure and innocent. Why do you seem to be stuttering? I can't hear clearly. Be good, in the future you must listen to what junior brother says, okay? Yongqin's face flushed red, but for some reason, she couldn't speak smoothly. She recognized that it was the pinnacle of sword intent, the pinnacle of martial path intent. He was just grade 6 strength, but his martial path intent had reached a level that Xie-en, Luosher and Xuanye, who she worshipped, could only look up to. It was also extremely nimble, like the sword light had its own soul, its own soul. This was sword path one with the spirit. At any moment, it could enter the sword soul level. In midair, Zhong Shou's silver scale wind stepping beast was still galloping. This time, they charged towards the 30,000 cavalry that followed behind them. The moment he got close, he felt numerous black arrows covering the sky and covering the earth as they flew over. Riding the wind. Zhong Shou was really calm, bringing the cavalry to the side at a slight angle, avoiding a large portion of the arrows. The 240 silver scale wine-treading beasts also activated their innate ability, causing a gust of wind to blow around them. Most of the arrows were blown away before they even got close. The remaining portion was pushed away by the vast aura of the common people mysterious dragon warriors. Then, the 240 iron cavalry stepped down, charging into the 30,000 cavalry army. They didn't even need to use swords. Just the charge of the 240 silver scale wind stepping beasts was enough to stomp the numerous grade 2 and grade 3 cavalry into meat paste. Only to see numerous human body cavalry beasts being smashed away by the silver scale wind stepping beasts. The 220 crimson red swords that weighed 3,000 genes swept through everything in their path. In this military formation, a real path of blood was carved out. It was like they were entering an unstoppable realm. The slightly stronger experts were all instantly killed by Zhong Shou and the others. The 30,000 cavalry here were unable to stop the 240 common people mysterious dragon warriors for even a moment. A moment later, a grade 7 ascended ancestor wearing a dark blue Taoist robe finally appeared in front of Zhong Shou. It's Wood Spirit, Xian Shu reminded from the side. This was one of the 4 grade 7 elite disciples that Tailing sect sent over. Zhong Shou nodded his head, his face filled with disappointment. These few Tier 7 powerhouses, their strength was just average. Who knows if it was because after he broke through to the sword soul level, his horizons were too high. Mu Lingzi fled in the army for a while, and saw that the iron cavalry behind him was still chasing him relentlessly. That majestic aura was pretty much one with heaven and earth, getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer. Knowing that there was no hope to hide, Wood Spirit decided not to flee. In an instant, his aura merged with the tens of thousands of cavalry here. Numerous silver sword lights exploded out, filling heaven and earth as they swept back. Taiching Qingfeng sword? Zhong Shou's eyes lit up, the battle intent that was silent exploded out once more. The brand new red sword in his hand slashed out once more. The sword light flew about, instantly clashing with the sword image of Wood Spirit tens of times. The exploding energy directly spread all around and underground. The wind surged. Within 1,000 feet, all the cavalry whose strength wasn't below grade 4 were all sent flying. The internal organs of those with lower cultivations were directly crushed into powder. The ground was collapsing, 1,000 feet wide hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as Zhong Shou's silver scalewind stepping beast and Wood Spirit's body clashed. The crimson dragon-shaped sword light finally emerged victorious. It forced aside the Taiching Qingfeng sword, following which it used the back of the sword to smack onto the head of Wood Spirit. It directly knocked out this grade 7 ascended expert. Take it from me. Zhong Yuan, who was behind, was also really quick. He reached out and grabbed Wood Spirit in his hand, using true qi to charge in and lock down all his chakra meridians. Looking out once more, only to see an empty space. They were about to pierce through the 30,000 iron cavalry town. Just at this moment, a thunder like iron hooves stomping sound spread out from the distance. Zhong Shou looked over, only to see that Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi had gathered close to 300 purple cloud sword cavalry and were crazily charging over. Zhong Shou laughed coldly and didn't come into contact with them. He led the 240 cavalry behind him to directly step into the formation and go around them. Just now in the battle with Wood Spirit, although he successfully captured this person, he didn't lose any men. However, they still suffered many losses. The tens of cavalry behind Zhong Shou were more or less injured by the sword energy ripples. There were even a few who suffered heavy internal injuries and were on the verge of death. They relied on the people beside them to hold on and not fall. However, if they had such an intense battle once more, it would be tough to say how many of them would be left. Although he was confident that he could charge out and break the enemy. He also wanted to try Ji Lingzi's Taiching Qingfeng sword. However, he wasn't willing to use the lives of the Dao soldiers behind him as the price. War was a place of life and death, the path of life and death. One had to be careful. One had to consider the time, the geography, the people. Within the enemy army, the geography and the people were all at a disadvantage to him. Only a fool would forcefully charge in. He led the cavalry, bringing the 240 silver scale wind stepping beasts around half a circle. In just a moment, he was once again in front of the 30,000 iron cavalry. At this moment, those 100-odd common people mysterious dragon warriors, who followed Luosher and the others to sneak into Lua County all returned to their formation. In just a moment, they gathered up 400 cavalry. As for the purple cloud sword cavalry behind, they followed closely behind. Zhong Shou suddenly stopped, leading the 400 cavalry to stop on a small hill. His expression was calm as he looked down coldly at the 300 purple cloud sword cavalry. The latter held their breaths, the face of Ji Lingzi turned green. He felt that the current Zhong Shou and the 400 common people mysterious dragon warriors were like eagles flying in the sky, looking down on their prey. At this moment, he wanted to directly charge over and rip this person into pieces, killing all the common people mysterious dragon warriors. However, he knew that at this moment, the aura of the 400 red armored cavalry was extremely strong. They definitely couldn't face them head-on. Not only couldn't they fight, but they also needed to retreat. 30,000 iron cavalry, only 24,000 were left. At this moment, they were slowly retreating in an orderly manner. Those purple cloud sword cavalry also didn't dare to be left alone, moving closer to the cavalry formation at the side to support one another. Until the 100,000 troops in the city slowly walked over. A full 170,000 elites gathered together, their aura rising. Only then did Ji Lingzi heave a sigh of relief. When another 2,000 black armored cavalry charged out from the army, Ji Lingzi's gaze slowly calmed down. This is Yuan Jiochen's Yen City Iron Cavalry, an elite formed by the Han King. They are under Yuan Jiochen and their strength is said to have reached Xiantian. Hearing that Xian Shu's introduction, Zhong Shou didn't comment, looking towards where the commander flag was. A spiritual light flashed in his eyes as he saw everything within the 50 lands. He saw a middle-aged man sitting on a grade 5 beast, his expression dark and cold. He recognized this person. He had seen him in the picture before he came. It was Yuan Jiochen. His position was coincidentally in the middle of the army, numerous elites surrounding him. Zhong Shou scoffed, saying coldly, "Raise the flag." The knights behind him immediately understood and raised a large flag high up in the air. On the crimson-red flag, there were 4 golden words, "Common People's Mysterious Dragon." The surrounding Xian Shu as well as the 400 Common People Mysterious Dragon warriors were all pumped up, their fighting spirit rising. Ji Lingzi was shocked once more. He knew that the leader of the Common People Mysterious Dragon warriors was not only unparalleled in formation charging and was skilled in the martial path, but he was also an expert at raising the morale of the troops. Just by simply raising the flag of the Common People Mysterious Dragon, the aura of the 100,000 troops was totally wiped out. At this moment, although he had gathered all the remaining purple cloud sword cavalry and had 2,000 more Yen City iron cavalry that weren't weak, he still had 100,000 more. They also had 170,000 elite soldiers as a shield, but they still didn't have any confidence in winning. It seems like that Yuan Jiochen doesn't dare to fight. The one who spoke was a Common People Mysterious Dragon warrior behind Zhong Shou, grade 6 peak, one of the 300 cavalry captains. At this moment, he unwillingly scolded out coldly, "That old dog actually has times when he is afraid." Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of laughter rang out from the surrounding 9 people, filled with ridicule and delight. Xian Shu's expression was solemn. "This Yuan Jiochen is experienced in using troops. Today we can't forcefully take him down." Zhong Shou nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the army formation, hundreds of thousands of people were lined up in an orderly manner. Some elites were gathered at one spot to coordinate from all directions. To forcefully attack this formation, one would have to pay a huge price. This was something he had expected, but personally looking at it, he felt slightly regretful. If he could take down the head of this person today, that would be delightful, and would also save him from numerous problems. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou rode the silver scale wind stepping beast down the mountain, bringing the cavalry force as they unhurriedly galloped into the distance. Today they had already lost their chance, so there was no point in staying any longer. Ji Lingzi only felt a complicated taste in his mouth. He was really unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He suddenly hollered out, "Who are you? Do you dare to leave your name?" The side of Tsang Xingdao was silent. They knew that if Ji Lingzi asked, he would only ask Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou didn't even turn his head. He originally didn't want to reply. However, thinking about it, he laughed. Tsang Xingdao Tanqiu. Chapter 432. The voice was clear and low. However, due to the silence all around, it spread out to 10 miles of land. Ji Lingzi's brows rose up. He had never heard of this name before. Then, his heart sank slightly. He knew that within a few days, this name would spread throughout the cloud world. He remembered that 20 years ago Tsang Xingdao, one Fanguen, one Shui Lingbo pretty much took up all the glory of that generation. 20 years later, was there going to be a Tan Qiu? Just as he was speechless, suddenly a person ran out from the cavalry, saying coldly, "The first seat said that my Tsang Xingdao's dozens of fellow sect members will be treated well. Remember to eat and drink well, not a single thing can be lacking. A month later, he will exchange people with you." After saying that, he laughed out loud and chased up to those 400 common people mysterious dragon warriors. Ji Lingzi was so depressed that he was about to spit out blood. He could only look on as the cavalry leisurely left. If this Tsang Xingdao's Dao soldier cavalry was used to charge the formation, or maybe there were too few of them. However, if they used guerrilla tactics, there was nothing they could do about it. Not only was the number of grade 7 experts leveled out, but the elite iron cavalry were also at a disadvantage. There was also Long Lingzi and Mu Lingzi who landed in his hands. They had no choice but to be wary of him. A moment later, the last person of the common people mysterious dragon warrior disappeared from their field of vision. Yuan Jiuchen walked out from the back of the formation, riding side by side with Ji Lingzi. His expression was also green as he looked in the direction that Tsang Xingdao's people left in. This Tsang Xingdao is really lucky. After Shui Lingbo, there is actually such a monstrous person. Not mentioning other things, unparalleled formation charging, he is actually the seed of a famous general. Taoist brother Ji Ling, how should we deal with it now? Ji Lingzi also took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his emotions. An unparalleled general was not scary, but an unparalleled general talent who grasped the pinnacle of sword essence and had the backing of all of Tsang Xingdao was truly frightening. This person is indeed problematic. However, this matter isn't over yet. Today, the death of junior brother Tailing and hundreds of our fellow disciples must be avenged. Yuan Jiuchen's eyes brightened, and he finally recovered some of his spirit. What he was most afraid of was Tailing's sect giving up halfway. That was equivalent to completely abandoning him. Although he was currently in charge of guarding Yen City Pass. However, if he didn't have any other equal help, Tsang Xingdao could crush him with just one finger. At that moment, he was truly afraid. For the first time, he felt regret. To get on the good side of Tailing's sect, for that still illusory glory and wealth, was it really worth it to offend Tsang Xingdao to death? He also knew that the current Ji Lingzi was like a gambler who had lost everything and was anxious to recover his capital. However, from his standpoint, Yuan Jiuchen still had to remind him, "Brother, it is natural to take revenge for junior brother Tailing. However, this kid's sword path is one with the spirit and is tough to deal with. As long as he has 400 common people mysterious dragon warriors in his hands, he would be invincible on the battlefield. Today we have already suffered heavy losses and our strength has greatly decreased. We probably aren't his match. Why don't the two of us return to Tailing Mountain and discuss further?" Ji Lingzi was startled as he glanced at Yuan Jiuchen. Only then did he notice that this person actually felt fear towards that Tan Qiu. However, at this moment, he didn't have the mood to mock him. In the battle just now, even if he knew that he was on the same level as him, he didn't have any confidence at all. With the strength of those 400 common people mysterious dragon warriors, it wasn't too much to fear. "Don't worry. I will ask my teacher about this matter and move people from Tailing Mountain to try to make up for the number of Purple Cloud sword cavalry to reach 1,000. As he said that, Ji Lingzi frowned. Thinking back to just now, Tan Qiu's sword technique. That person's strength was at most grade 6. However, that sword path was far above his. He wasn't afraid of one person, but once he borrowed the strength of those hundreds of mysterious dragon warriors, his combat strength could directly reach the peak of grade 7. His eyes squinting slightly, Ji Lingzi said decisively, "Apart from that, I will try my best to let the sect send over 2 more Xian Iron Wenshan armor." Yuan Jiuchen's mind shook and knew that this Xian Iron Wenshan armor was a grade 8 spiritual artifact. Not only was it tough for weapons to pierce through, but it could also raise the true chi cultivation of the wearer. It was the sect-protecting treasure of Tailing sect, and it was said that there were less than 40 of them. At this moment, Ji Lingzi scoffed coldly. In today's battle, we were careless and fell for his trick. Next time, it won't be so easy. A month later, when we change people, that will be the day when victory and defeat will be decided. After saying that, his brows furrowed. Also, you need to ask for help from the Han King. This prince has a Dingxi iron cavalry. It is best if you think of a way to borrow it. Yuan Jiuqin sternly agreed. He had originally planned to do the same. He is actually unparalleled in formation charging, right there in the void. It was still Fangwen and Hanfang who exchanged glances with one another, sitting opposite one another. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Senior Master, the revered one didn't mention that Senior Master Zong had such talent. Indeed, he didn't mention it. Hanfang nodded his head, his face filled with shock and also joy. Based on what I know, in Donglin Cloud Continent, no one has seen this Gantian mountain monster king personally lead troops to charge. He has the foundations left by Zong Weiran and has many generals under him. Hu Qianqiu and the others are all experienced on the battlefield. He also has unparalleled general seeds like Zong Yuan to charge and break the enemy lines for him. No one knows how strong this monster king is on the battlefield. While he was speaking, Shi Rulin on the side was excitedly gesturing towards a mirage at the side, her fingers drawing out many weird lines. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with an excited glow. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the two people beside her. They treated it as a kid playing by herself. This time, the one that revered Lord Wei found is truly a genius. Senior Master, once the knot in my heart is untied, I will be able to advance. After stepping into the celestial path, within 10 years I won't be able to enter the cloud world. If this Tsang Xingdao Palace head can be passed to this kid, he will be able to ensure 20 years of peace for Tsang Xingdao. Hanfang laughed bitterly. How would he not know about this matter? Unfortunately, this kid's heart isn't here. There is no point in saying more. He doesn't have enough experience and no one can hope for him. If he wants power, he shouldn't treat Luoshi, Xuanye and the others like that. That sort of attitude showed that he wasn't willing to interfere too much in Tsang Xingdao matters. He remembered that junior brother Wei had said that this kid entered the sect to focus on the sword path and cultivation. Although he didn't dislike Tsang Xingdao's goal, he didn't agree with it. A few months ago he didn't care, but now he felt that it was a pity. After Fangwen kept silent for a moment, he smiled helplessly and didn't mention this matter anymore. If he isn't willing, then the only candidate who can succeed the position of Palace Master is Shui Lingbo alone. I feel that this Shui Xianzi isn't reliable. Tsang Xingdao revered one wasn't in the cloud world. Hanfang was also living in seclusion. The palace head of Tsang Xingdao Palace was also the person in charge of Tsang Xingdao in the cloud world. However, 20 years ago, it wasn't like he didn't come into contact with Shui Lingbo. At that time she was just a little girl and her personality already gave one a headache. He heard that she became even more explosive and weird, making one worry. Hanfang's expression was also extremely weird, thinking to himself that rather than that, he would rather let this Zong Shou take charge of Tsang Xingdao Palace. Even if he, Hanfang, was watching from the side, Shui Lingbo's personality was one that did things her own way and didn't put her elders in her eyes. It was really worrying, however, without enough reason and without a better choice, it didn't make sense to not let this girl take over. Luckily Fangwen sighed and changed the topic. Just now I saw great senior master use the sword. In a short 3 days, he was able to grasp the mysterious dragon sword intent to the peak level of sword intent. His martial path foundations have reached the sword soul level. Fangwen felt ashamed. Compared to great senior master, I have wasted 50 years of my life. I heard that great senior master has grasped spirit and martial arts merging into one? I really hope that one day I can personally see. The first half was still okay, but when he heard the last few sentences, Hanfang's expression became uglier and uglier. Spirit and martial arts merging into one was not bad, but with Zhong Shou's situation, it would take a few years. Forget it, let's let that fellow suffer. 2 years later it wouldn't be too late to help him rebuild his foundations. It wasn't a bad thing for young people to face setback. Just as they were speaking, a cold laugh spread out from the distance. I thought that Yurtsong Xingdao actually dared to come over and attack Yuan Jiuchen. So another core disciple appeared. However, this kid's strength isn't even grade 6 and you dare to let him out. Aren't you afraid that this kid will die early and die outside? Hanfang was startled, following which he scoffed coldly. So it is Tailing Sect, Taoist brother Qiyun. He knew that Tailing Sect would have celestial path experts rush over to take charge. Who knew that it was this kid who was really annoying? Hanfang only knows that today my Tsang Xingdao disciple is safe and sound. On the contrary, your Tailing Sect has already lost a Tailing kid, 400 purple cloud sword cavalry. Qiyun kept silent for a moment. Unexpectedly he wasn't furious. After a long while he laughed coldly. My Tailing Sect will definitely protect this Yuan Jiuchen. With the help of the Han King, how can Yurtsong Xingdao fight with me? Even if Yurtsong Xingdao isn't willing to give up, then let's have another round to see who wins and who loses. Your disciples are at Yen City Pass. If anything happens, don't blame my Tailing Sect for being heartless. After saying that, Qiyun's voice totally disappeared. Hanfang's expression was extremely weird at this moment. Should I tell him that junior brother Zhong had a perfect plan and was already destined to win? No matter how many people he sent over, he would just be sending them to die? Fanwen smiled when he heard that. I'm afraid that after this Mr. Qiyun won't stop? Hanfang burst out laughing, filled with disdain. Why are you afraid of him? Chapter 433. At this moment Zhong Shou not only didn't know what happened in the void, but he was also cursing Hanfang and Tsang Xingdao's stinginess in his heart. Although we won the battle today. However, it also allowed those Tailing Sect people to know about our background. Can't they send more people over? It is best if they send 1,000 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. 1,000 can't? Then 600 can. Xian Shu nearly bit his own tongue. 1,000? 600? This chief disciple really had such a big tone? If he could really send 1,000 or 600 people over, then even he would have some confidence. 600 can't? Then a few grade 7 experts can come over. Is our Tsang Xingdao 3 sects and 6 schools not as good as one Tailing Sect? One Tailing Sect could casually move 800 purple cloud sword cavalry. Their Tsang Xingdao only had 400 cavalry. Before this, Zhong Shou was still excited about Tsang Xingdao's foundations. However, looking at it now, the gap was a little too huge. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. That Xian Shu was speechless. It was Zhao Yinran who took over and explained, our Tsang Xingdao's strength isn't weaker than Tailing Sect. It is just that we have too many enemies. We need to be wary of all around. The strength that we can move isn't much. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. In the end, he sighed. He also guessed Tsang Xingdao's situation. They were like fire and water with the Taoists, Buddhists, and Confucians. They also couldn't get along with the Demon Sect. Apart from their relationship with the Kenzo Sect, which was okay, the rest were all enemies. However, if I was the one in charge, I would go all out to move some people over. Moreover, I would do it with great fanfare. It is best if Tailing Sect invests more strength here the better. Xian Shu's eyes lit up and understood. The more Tsang Xingdao bet, the more likely Tailing Sect would increase their strength. Once victory was secured, It would be enough to cause the number one sect of Taoism to lose some of its vitality. Song Shengdao's life would also be better in the future. I will report this matter to the Supreme Venerable One. Perhaps he can transfer 2 more units of mystic dragon warriors over. Not only Xian Shu, the eyes of Zhao Yinran and the others also lit up. Zhong Shou smiled. With these people's intelligence, there was no need for him to explain too clearly. Following which he smiled and asked Xian Yunlan, "No one died this time, right?" When the latter heard this, he immediately shook his head. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Only a few dozen houses were burned down. We can make it up to you after this matter is settled." Zhong Shou nodded slightly, but he didn't really care. However, he was somewhat rueful. He looked down on the methods of the dozen or so Song Shengdao. But in fact, at some point in time, he was about the same. That night when he was fighting for the position of Gantian Monster King, and also when he was attacking the 7 provinces, he had harmed many innocent people. Although he felt ashamed in his heart, if he was given the chance to do it again, he would do the same. With the mentality of 10,000 years later, in this era, it was really uncomfortable everywhere. Xian Yunlan was halfway through her words when she suddenly shut up. His gaze looked towards the distance, only to see that Luosher and the others had already led the many elite disciples and were drawing closer to them. After walking in, Luosher bowed awkwardly. "Thank you First Seat Tan for saving us in the battle today." The feeling in his heart was really complicated and hard to describe. Before this, he scolded Tan Qiu for not doing anything. He also felt that the matter of the sect letting him kill Yuan Jiuchen was too much of a joke. But today, when he saw Tanqiu sweeping through the battlefield and defeating 4 rank 7 powerhouses, he was shocked. Only then did he know that be it martial path or battle techniques, he was far from him. On one side, he felt bad like he had eaten a fly. He was originally prepared to save people in the city but was schemed against by this person. He became a bait to lure tailing sect to scatter their strength. On the other side, he felt grateful. He knew that if they really attacked to save people in the city, out of 10 people, at least 3 of them would die in the city. The elite disciples of the 3 sects and 6 schools behind him were all silent, their expressions changing. The disdain and contempt from before had totally disappeared. Instead, they were filled with respect. There were also a few female disciples whose eyes shone brightly as they sized up Zhong Shou. However, most of them were depressed, their auras dark and low. Zhong Shou originally wanted to mock them, but looking at the situation, it wasn't easy for him to do so. He could only coldly sweep the people and say expressionlessly, "After you return, go to the elders to receive your punishment. There won't be a next time. In my eyes, although you all call yourselves elite disciples, you aren't as good as these senior and junior brothers of the mysterious dragon warriors. I heard that Song Shengdao has a rule that even if they don't enter the Dao soldier realm, all disciples still need to cultivate the mysterious dragon art. Which one of you learned it? 1 arrow can be broken, but 10 together can break everything. Don't you all know this theory? What a bunch of useless people." Behind Zhong Shou, the hundreds of common people's mysterious dragon warriors who charged with him were all pumped up. As for those hundreds of elite disciples, their faces all flushed red. They were ashamed, only feeling that they couldn't raise their heads. Even if they were unhappy and wanted to retort, they couldn't say anything. Looking at the battle just now, they could be considered the most useless people, only able to escape in all directions. Indeed, no one went to cultivate the mysterious dragon art. Without this supporting cultivation method, if they joined the cavalry, they would only be a burden. However, in the past, they thought that they were special, so who would be interested in the secret of the mysterious dragon warrior? Zhao Yinran, who was at the side, looked at Zhong Shou scolding them with a serious expression. She nearly laughed out loud. Didn't this fellow also not learn it in the past? It was only during these 3 days that he was sharpening his spear at the last minute, hugging the Buddha's feet when things came to a head. However, looking at the mysterious dragon sword art that Zhong Shou displayed just now, even if she said it out loud, no one would believe her. Moreover, this fellow had only entered the sect for a short few months, so it made sense that he didn't learn it. At this moment, not only were those disciples ashamed, but even Xuanye and the others were so embarrassed that their faces flushed red. The 3 of them also didn't learn it. In the end, when Zhong Shou led the 200 iron cavalry to charge, they could only look on and not interfere. However, amongst the people, there were some who didn't agree. A cold laugh suddenly broke out. "You actually have the face to scold people. In my eyes, you might have purposely provoked us to leave and used us as bait. I think First Seat Tan planned this long ago to put us in danger." When those words were said, the area around was totally silent. Most of the people frowned slightly. However, there were a few whose eyes flashed and showed some doubt. Zhong Shou pursed his lips and looked coldly towards where the voice came from, only to see that the person who spoke was Li Zhi. He thought to himself, was this fellow crazy or dumb? His lips curled up coldly, killing intent rising. Before this, he could still bear with it. However, at this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. What this person did had crossed his bottom line. Xian Shu's eyes turned cold as he laughed coldly. "Really, a snake bites deep into the bone. You all really have the face to say such words. Do you all know that before you all fled, the First Seat had already made a plan?" He ordered Qinin School to get an official document from the Ministry of War. Everyone was startled. How did the Ministry of War document have anything to do with today's matter? Luoshi, Xian, Xuanye, and a few other quick-witted disciples. However, he seemed to have thought of something in an instant. His expression changed and a bitter expression appeared on his face. As expected, in the next moment, they heard Xian Shu laugh mockingly. "The Ministry of War has ordered Yuan Jiuchen to send the 13th Song Xingdao bandits to the capital to be dealt with. Now, do you all understand?" At this moment, even the dumbest person would be able to understand the intentions of the document. The faces of Luoshi and the other 2 were ashen white, devoid of blood. If that was the case, then their actions were completely superfluous? Based on Tan Qiu's plan, they could have easily solved this matter. They came to save people, but instead, they placed themselves in danger. If it wasn't for Tan Qiu using such methods and leading 200 cavalry to win the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry, they would have most probably died in the hands of the enemy. Just now, what Li Zhi said was using the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. Those few people who believed him felt that they had no face to face anyone. All of a sudden, everyone was silent once more. The atmosphere was awkward and no one spoke. Just a few breaths later, Xian and Luoshi felt that something wasn't right and raised their heads, only to see Zhong Shou scoffing coldly as he looked at Li Zhi. His hand pressed on the sword. His killing intent was like a wave, like he was looking at a dead person. Like in the next moment, he was about to pull out his sword. The few of them exchanged glances with one another, anxiousness appearing on their faces. At this moment, they had already started to look down on Li Zhi. Instead, they started to respect Tan Qiu. Although his personality was bad and they didn't think much of it, once he grew, he would be a true pillar of the sect. However, it was also because of that they weren't willing to see Li Zhi die in the hands of Tan Qiu. They weren't willing for this First Seat to go against the sect rules at such a crucial moment. As for Li Zhi, he was covered in cold sweat, bearing the pressure of Zhong Shou's killing intent and intent alone. His heart was filled with regret. Only at this moment did he remember who he had offended. Unparalleled battle formations, sword path one with the spirit, third-generation core disciple of the sect. Compared to him, what was his grandfather? Why didn't he control his mouth just now? All of a sudden, illusions appeared in front of his eyes. It was all scenes of Zhong Shou tearing his corpse apart, just like before when he was invincible and heroic. A moment later, Lija suddenly came back to his senses. No, this was a heart demon. How was that possible? He had the 10,000-year warm jade on his body, so how could a demonic intent rise up? First seat. It isn't that I am biased, but this person will be dealt with according to the sect rules. I am guilty and will personally testify against this person. First seat, please calm down. Just as he was persuading him, Xian was suddenly stunned. Turning his head, he saw Lija laughing maniacally. White flames were burning around his body, the true qi around his body was going out of control. Xian instinctively wanted to reach out with a palm to help Lija suppress it. However, his hand stopped in midair, his expression complicated. Senior Brotherly swore on his heart demon in front of me. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, too lazy to say anything more as he rode the horse forwards. Chapter 434. In less than 10 steps, his spiritual sense sensed Lija behind him. The true qi in his body went out of control, his entire body burning up like a torch. The people around didn't have anyone to help him. The heart demon oath came from one's heart, outsiders couldn't help much. He also roughly understood what Lija's words meant. Zhong Shou was lazy to bother, smiling as he looked to the side. Did you get anything? Beside him was Zhong Yuan. This battle didn't have much of an outstanding point. Although his strength wasn't enough, the main reason was that this fellow spent most of his attention on observing his actions. I did get something. Zhong Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes flashing. Mysterious dragon sword intent. Although there are many differences between the lightning dragon sword and mysterious dragon sword, there are many similar areas. I comprehended a lot this time, but it isn't enough for me to break through to grade 7. Actually, most of his focus was placed on Zhong Shou's ability to charge the formation. What he gained was much more than what he comprehended in terms of martial path intent, especially when he fought with Mu Lingzi and Tai Lingzi. That exchange of qi activity and will was an eye-opener for everyone. Zhong Shou smiled happily. He didn't expect Zhong Yuan to be able to break through right away. Martial path and spiritual cultivation, grade 3 to grade 4 was a gap, grade 6 to grade 7 was another gap. It was easy to cultivate to grade 6, but to cross this layer to grade 7. Some people needed 2 to 3 years, some people couldn't even break through after 10 years. They could only be stuck at this grade and waste their time. This was also why Xuanye and the other two were highly valued by the sect. That was because after grade 7, there weren't many obstacles until they stepped into the celestial path. Zhong Yuan's lightning sword intent had reached a really deep level and it wasn't tough to break through. However, for the sake of foundations, it was best to break through 5 months later. As for Ruoshui, her foundations were enough. Under his guidance, her cultivation of the hazy shadow sword also improved quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that the poison had yet to be completely removed, he would have broken through by now. Zhong Yuan hesitated slightly before opening his mouth. Ruler, out of those common people mysterious dragon warriors, one of them seems a little off. His voice was extremely low as he condensed his true qi into a line. However, Zhong Shou was not surprised. He had noticed long ago that out of the common people mysterious dragon warriors who followed Xuanye and the other two into the city, there were two whose auras weren't right. His strength wasn't at the 7th grade, but with the help of some secret technique, he could reach the 7th grade at any time. The sect had sent so many elite disciples out and placed them in danger. Naturally, they had a plan to protect themselves. However, this matter only needed to be known and there was no need to point it out. At this moment, he couldn't stay in his original hiding place any longer. Fortunately, Song Xingdao understood the principle of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. Xian Shu led everyone around in circles in the mountains. when they had completely shaken off the scouts that were following behind them. In just 4 hours they arrived at another underground cave. Although it was a backup hiding place, this place was just slightly further away from Yen City Pass. The inside was much more spacious, and there were spiritual formations laid out such that one person could have one room. The items stored within were also much more plentiful. As it was far away from Yen City Pass, these items could be transported in. Zhong Shou was speechless. As expected from one of the birthplaces of terrorists, these two places had the style of those terrorist bases in the future. The moment he entered this place, Zhong Shou started his secluded meditation once more. This time, for 20 consecutive days, no one came to disturb him. During the battle at the east of Lua City, many of his common people mysterious dragon warriors were injured. He himself was unharmed. The strength of those few grade 7 experts was taken up by the entire cavalry force. As for himself, he had the inner armor on his body and also the external bone protecting. Although he was the sharp blade of the cavalry force, he was unharmed. This battle was won really easily. There wasn't much potential that was ignited. However, although he didn't have any life potential, the speed at which Zhong Shou gathered the 10th true spiritual talisman was still extremely quick. On the 20th day, a loud explosion spread out from within Zhong Shou's soul, only to see another talisman rise up from the soul power ocean and hang in the air. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate, pulling down the earthward spiritual talisman and merging it with this earthward talisman. It took a full hour for the storm of soul power to calm down. At this moment, within his soul, water, fire, wind, lightning, luck, swallow, purify, stack, illusion, earth, a total of 10 true spiritual talismans hung in the air above his soul ocean, amongst which there were 5 that were especially huge. The color was clear and bright, roughly entering the god talisman level. However, Zhong Shou was slightly surprised at this moment. His soul was vast and these 10 true spiritual talismans weren't enough to fill it up. Legend has it that the soul power of a spirit master is closely related to the physical body, which is why many spirit masters, even if they don't cultivate, would think of ways to strengthen their physical body to increase vital energy and essence energy. Today it seems like it is not bad. Normal spirit masters were able to form more after the 9th true spiritual talisman. However, to be able to form the 10th was already not bad. The 12th meant that one was really talented. To be able to form the 13th true spiritual talisman was one of a kind. Zhong Shou currently felt that within his soul, not to mention the 12 that he expected, even if it was 14, it was still far from being full. It seems like I might not only be able to perfect these 5-element true spiritual talismans. Zhong Shoxin's heart moved. This was a good thing. However, if he wanted to fill up his soul, it would delay his time to advance to grade 7. However, this price was worth it. Other people wouldn't be able to ask for it. Using his spiritual sense to observe the soul ocean whirlpool, he felt that the soul power had increased by a lot. However, the purity was still the same as before, roughly increasing by 20%. At this moment, the amount of soul power he had was already extremely huge. Even if it was only 20%, it could be compared to a normal grade 6 spirit master. Although it increased by a little, it is far from what I expected. It seems like if I want to cause a change in the quality of my soul power, I can only wait until I break through to the day wandering realm. However, with the sky mirror soul shining technique, in a few months my soul can totally turn to yang. He was still delighted. Increasing his soul power by 20% meant that his control over Hanshi and the lightning-winged flood dragon was much better. His connection with the former was much more stable and he could suppress the backlash of this natural variant. After which, he cultivated for roughly 2 days until this realm was totally stable. Only then did Zhong Shou have time to think about other things. When his spiritual sense swept across the cave, He only felt that most of the people were in secluded meditation. There were also many people who had broken through. There were also a lot more people, a total of 400. It should be the reinforcements from the sect. A full 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. There was also one more ascended ancestor. Their strength was on the same level as Xian Shu's. Within this small cave, there were a total of 900 grade 6 experts. Zhong Shou smiled and knew that this was definitely Xian Shu's request and Song Xingdao's recognition. He also felt curious, who knows what kind of reaction Tailing Sect would have. Should they retreat now, or should they fight with them again? With his conjecture, it should be the latter. Reaching into his heaven and earth bag, in just a moment Zhong Shou took out 4 small heaven and earth bag. They were obtained from killing Tailing, Talisman and Mu Lingzi. Consecutively 5 grade 7 experts were either injured or killed by him. Unfortunately, the ascended ancestor in the Taishang army was too poor and didn't even have a space magical artifact. Naturally, he didn't have many items on him. Roughly flipping through it, there were roughly some pills and talismans. There were also a few copies of Tailing Sect secret techniques. Not only was there the purple cloud sword, but the Taiching Qingfeng sword was also within. Unfortunately, it wasn't the complete book and could only be cultivated to the ascended realm and below. Next were some materials that these people collected, as well as spiritual weapons and magical artifacts. Although the grades were high, there weren't any special items. As for those beast crystals and mind stones, there were many. Added together, it was equivalent to 160 grade 7 beast crystals, a small fortune. Zhong Shou knew that this would be the outcome. If these few people really had anything good, they should have used it to turn the situation around and escape. Only when he flipped through Tailing's heaven and earth bag did he exclaim. Flipping his palm, there were 4 pills. Half gold and half red. On the surface of the pill, there seemed to be dragon and tiger images circling and fighting. Is this the legendary dragon and tiger body training pill of Tailing Sect? Zhong Shou took a close look and didn't hesitate to consume one of them. In the next instance, the bones in his body gave out creaking sounds like they couldn't take the burden. A vast and strong power exploded out from his stomach. It didn't gather into one and charge around. Instead, it spread out like an iron wall, filling up his entire body and forming a strong pressure. Then, it split into 2 totally different medicinal effects. Within Zhong Shou's body, they were clashing and fighting one another. Zhong Shou forced himself to bear with it, straightening his back and sitting upright. He tried his best to enter a state where he didn't have any thoughts. Who knows if a day or 2 had passed. When Zhong Shou regained his senses, the medicinal effects had finally dissipated. Only, there was a thin layer of black mud on his skin. This dragon and tiger body training pill really lives up to its name of body training. It was like 2 quasi-grade 7 experts were fighting in my body, like dragons and tigers fighting. As long as my muscles and bones were slightly weaker, I wouldn't be able to take it. Casually waving his fist, as expected, he felt that his originally strong strength had increased. More importantly, his physical body had also become much stronger. As expected from the spiritual pill in the legends that only 3 pills were needed to build the foundations of the ascended realm. Looking at his body, Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. So there are still so many toxins and impurities in my body. He had just used the dirt-removing technique to clean his body. Before Zhong Shou was able to swallow another dragon and tiger body training pill, he felt the aura of a few people gather outside the door. Zhong Shou sighed and knew that his peaceful and tough cultivation days had temporarily come to an end. Chapter 435. Can we really heavily injure that Song Xingdao? Within the Shiqin City Han King Manor, under the dim light, a teen wearing a king robe was looking at the 2 people in front of him with hesitation. As the master of this manor, the fourth prince of the Taishang dynasty, although he was 50 years old, his body and appearance were still like that of a 20-year-old teen. This was because his martial path cultivation was really high and he had already preserved his looks. In front of his table, there were two people sitting. Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi had a deep and confident aura, neither arrogant nor humble. Yuan Jiuchen, who was at the side, sat upright and still. His eyes were filled with caution and respect. If your highness is willing to lend 800 Dingxi iron cavalry, I am confident that we can heavily injure Song Xingdao. Song Xingdao has wild ambitions, wanting to overturn etiquette and laws to build an equal world. Isn't that preposterous? The current emperor already hated these rebels to the core. If we can get the heads of those 500 Song Xingdao rebels, the emperor will be delighted. Your highness will also be rewarded. Inquan didn't show any signs of being moved, taking in a deep breath. Reward? Forget it, I only ask for no mistakes and don't ask for merit. The Yen City Pass rebellion, one time is enough. Recently I heard that you all went head-to-head with that Song Xingdao in Lua County and suffered heavy losses. Is there such a thing? I heard that at that time your strength far exceeded Song Xingdao. Ji Lingzi clenched his fist. This matter had spread out long ago, causing the various sects of the Cloud World to be in an uproar. It couldn't be hidden from this Han King who saw the few provinces in the west as his own territory. There is such a thing. However, because we lost once, we have a higher chance of winning. Since I fell for it once, I definitely won't fall for it a second time. Your Highness doesn't believe me, but do you not believe in the strength of Tailing Sect? Han King Inquan didn't reply when he heard that, only a weird expression appeared in his eyes. Then he smiled and asked, "Then where is your sect prepared to attack?" "Helion Iron Mountain." Ji Lingzi replied without hesitation, "Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The initiative was in the hands of others. If our sect wants to win against Song Xingdao, we cannot sit and wait for them to assassinate Marshal Yuan. This Helion Iron Mountain was a place Song Xingdao had to save. With the lives of those 3 million people as a hostage, would the heroes of Song Xingdao save them or not? Ji Lingzi's visit this time was also for the sake of requesting the order. Your Highness, please execute all these Yen City Pass sinners within a few days. Execution? Inchuan's pupils constricted, following which he scoffed. Your Tailing Sect is really vicious and merciless. That's the lives of 3 million people. Aren't you afraid that your reputation as the #1 Taoist sect will be damaged if word of this gets out? Since ancient times, those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. As far as I know, Song Xingdao has sent over 900 men. With just 3 million people, if they could severely injure these devil rebels, the Taishang's foundation would be even more stable. What do you think, Your Highness Han King? Ji Lingzi said expressionlessly, not bothering about the mocking intent in Inchuan's words. So what if it gets out? How can the random words of some commoners and preposterous rumors shake the foundations of our Tailing Sect? Your Highness Han King wouldn't do such a thing that harms others for your own benefit. The mocking intent at the corner of Inchuan's lips became thicker, but he didn't reject. Instead, he was tempted. He was deep in thought. After a long while he shook his head. I still need to consider this matter. Wait for my reply in 2 days. When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, his expression relaxed. Exchanging glances with Ji Lingzi, they both knew that this Han King was already tempted. Such a huge matter concerned the battle between two powers. It was expected that Inquan would need 2 days to consider, and there was no need to persuade or force him. They all stood up and bowed before taking their leave. Not long after the two of them left, an old man who looked around 70 suddenly walked out from behind the screen and sat down at the side. Inquan wasn't surprised. His brows furrowed as he picked up a bamboo scroll from the table. It was something that a small constable of Lua County handed over a month ago. Using his spiritual sense to record it, It was the most detailed intel he received regarding the Battle of Lewis City. Unparalleled in battle formations, Grade 6 realm comprehending the pinnacle of sword intent. It was said that this person's sword already had a mind of its own, showing signs of being connected to the spirit. Tanqiu? Hey! This Tsang Xing Dao actually gave birth to such a talent. Old Li, what do you think? In the Battle of Lewis City, Tailing Sect lost too much and wants to win back what they lost. After that surnamed Li old man sat down, his reply was simple and direct. It is because this Tanqiu is too outstanding, the tallest tree in the forest, that Tailing Sect wants to rush him. This time they are sincerely asking your highness for help. Inquan nodded slightly. He also guessed that this was the case. Then should I agree or not? Should I just stand aside and watch? Everyone has their own gains and losses. Your highness has already acted against Tsang Xingdao. There is no need to offend him to death. However, if we can ask for some manpower and money from Tailing Sect, it is not bad. As he spoke halfway, the surnamed Li old man saw that Inchuan's eyes were filled with rage. He instantly smiled, knowing that his vague words had annoyed this highness. However, before your highness makes a decision, please take a look at this thing? Inquan acknowledged and casually took it, only to see that in his hand was an invitation. When he opened it, his eyelids jumped. Elegant Xianin Pavilion? Tanqiu? This elegant Xianin Pavilion is the property of Qinin Sect. I know, but this Tanqiu is really bold. Inchuan's eyes were filled with shock. He wants to meet me 3 days later at the elegant Xianin Pavilion. Not only that. When the surnamed Li old man said that, his face was filled with disbelief. He also informed me to send people to Liaoyang, saying that 3 days later we can watch a good show. Liaoyang, isn't that my 9th brother's land? Inquan was more and more shocked, his expression changing. After a long while, his expression regained calmness, asking expressionlessly, "Then how does old Li think I should deal with this matter?" When the surnamed Li old man heard that, he knew that this highness had already made a decision. He acted like he didn't know, smiling expressionlessly. Why not agree to Jilingzi's side and meet Tanqiu's side? If your highness is willing, why not let him stay? Inquan instantly smiled, seemingly deep and indiscernible. He also thought that way. This Tanqiu definitely had a plan, so he had to meet him. The elegant Xianin Pavilion was one of the most famous brothels in Shiqin City. Inquan had come a few times in the early years, but after the Yen City Pass incident, he didn't come anymore. He disguised himself as a normal merchant and came to the back alley of the elegant Xianin Pavilion. Someone led the way, leading Inchuan's group straight to the 5th floor. What they saw along the way were all beauties that made one's heart flutter. The zither music flowed, gentle and low. Being provoked by the music, it made one's mind waver. However, thinking about these girls, there might be Qinin Sect disciples here. Inquan felt regretful, like how a beauty had no choice but to become a thief. When they reached the 5th floor, it was an empty space. Only to the side was a young man who was about 15 years old, sitting upright. Even when Inquan and his group arrived, he didn't get up to bow, just sitting there quietly. Without needing anyone to signal, the 10 attendants who followed Inquan all spread out and searched the floors above and below. Moments later, they all returned, nodding their heads towards the surnamed Li old man beside Inquan. This was to tell the 2 of them that within this elegant Xianin Pavilion, there were no other grade 7 and above experts. Furthermore, there were no traps. Inquan couldn't help but smile. This Tsang Xingdao knew his place. He didn't hesitate, directly walking to the seat of honor and sitting down. Then, he looked at the teen in the blue shirt with a teasing expression. His body was indeed extraordinary, his aura was really stable. However, where did this kid get the confidence to think that he, Inquan, wouldn't kill him? You are Tanqiu, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhong Shou's eyes were originally half open and half closed. When he heard that, he woke up like he had just woken up from a dream, looking outside the railing. It isn't 1 a.m. yet, Your Highness Han King came early. Let's wait for 15 minutes. Yin Quan walked up, instantly rage rose up in his heart, only to feel the rage in his chest like a wave. He had indeed come early today. However, in this world, apart from his father and the few elders in the court, who else dared to speak to him like that? Old Manly slightly shook his head towards him, using his eyes to signal something. Yin Quan frowned, suppressing the rage in his heart. He also didn't say anything, waiting quietly. This teen was stubborn but had no holes. He definitely had something to rely on. He wanted to see exactly how this Tanqiu was going to give him a reason not to kill after a quarter of an hour had passed. All of a sudden, the atmosphere on this floor was so cold that one could hear a pin drop. As time went on, Inchuan's expression slowly calmed down. On the contrary, the killing intent from the body of the servant beside him became thicker and thicker. It was also at this moment that a talisman suddenly appeared in the sky and descended upon them. When it landed in the hands of Old Manly, his body shook, his expression changing. His mind shook, his true qi going out of control, directly smashing the corner of the table. He didn't dare to delay, solemnly passing the talisman to Yin Quan. Yin Quan was filled with doubt. After he took it, his face turned ashen white, his expression numb. Only after a long while did he recover. However, his face was still devoid of blood. Tailing Sect Direct Disciple, Taiching Qingfeng Sword. What a ninth brother, what a Tailing Sect. These few years you really played me in the palm of your hand. When Zhong Shou heard that, he came back to life from the dead silence. He nodded his head towards Yin Quan as a greeting. Wild people don't know etiquette, please don't blame them. This time Tan Qiu is representing me, Song Xingdao, to discuss some matters with you. Inchuan's pupils constricted. At this moment, he didn't have the heart to bother about the rudeness of this person. He also knew that many of Song Xingdao's disciples didn't follow etiquette and didn't respect the ruler. Thinking that all people were equal, naturally he, the Han King, was like a commoner. Scoffing coldly, Yin Quan took in a deep breath. Then first seat Tan came for Yuan Jiuchen and Tailing Sect. Chapter 436. Then first seat Tan came here for Yuan Jiuchen and Tailing Sect? That's right. Zhong Shou nodded his head. Both sides knew about this matter and there was nothing to hide. It was best for both sides to be open about it. Tailing Sect's intentions are unfathomable. I think Your Highness knows about it. What does Your Highness think? This time Yin Quan was expressionless. Although Tailing Sect and my ninth brother schemed against me, they didn't do anything. I don't have to be enemies with this top Taoist sect. You can leave today and I will act like I didn't see anything. Zhong Shou smiled and knew that he was going to bargain with him. Logically speaking, at this time he should make some promises to make this Han King calm down. However, he didn't want to do that. I think Your Highness should beg me, Song Xingdao. You should deal with that Yuan Jiuchen. I am willing to listen to the details. Inchuan's first reaction wasn't anger but curiosity. Like before, if this teen didn't have confidence, he wouldn't say such words. This was why his tone was a little heavier. Since that is the case, then allow Tan Qiu to speak some logic. I have read history books and in history fighting for the throne is the cruelest. Killing one's brother, killing one's younger brother, killing one's father, killing one's mother, these were all recorded in history. Even if Your Highness doesn't want to offend them, in the future will Tailing Sect let you off and not be enemies with you? Allow me to be direct. Even if your ninth brother lets you off in the future, he won't be able to avoid a tragic life. Zhong Shou said while he was filled with emotions. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to continue being the Monster King. He wasn't willing for his future children to kill one another. However, due to the wishes of Zhongsho, he had to protect the foundations of Gantian Mountain. Inchuan's expression changed slightly. These words are just your guesses. Moreover, that Yuan Jiuchen is my trusted general. Trusted general? This is a trusted general who has a close relationship with Tailing sect. Since this person can betray me, Song Xingdao, why can't he betray His Highness? As for the pros and cons, if His Highness wants to ascend the throne in the future, it would be better to have one more friend than one more opponent. Although I, Song Xingdao, will not help you, I will not make an enemy of your highness. Before he finished his words, Inchuan's eyes changed. Zhongsho knew that such threatening words would easily make one feel disgusted. His tone then changed. Your Highness, are you not willing to stay in the western Qin city for a while longer? Is it really wise to enter the capital now? Inquan was startled. He naturally wanted to stay in his fief for as long as possible. Entering the capital might seem grand, but he was the first prince to do so. However, if it was before he didn't know about the connection between Tailing sect and Liao King, he could still be satisfied. Now, his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. Not only was it not a joyous occasion, it was enough to kick him out. However, with the officials in the imperial court calling for him and also with his father's permission, he had no way to reject. Did this Tanqiu have a way? With Song Xingdao's ability, he might be able to help him. Zhongsho's expression was calm, calmly pouring a cup for himself. Only when Inquan sighed and looked over with a seeking gaze did he say expressionlessly, "Your general was assassinated. The land under your rule has Song Xingdao bandits causing chaos. The place isn't peaceful. Is this excuse enough? Is your highness really at ease to hand your army over to Yuan Jiuchen?" At this moment, not only Inquan, but even that old man surnamed Li was slightly moved, exchanging glances with one another. Actually, they would be able to think of such a method after a few days. However, it seemed like there was nothing more suitable than Yuan Jiuchen dying and Song Xingdao causing chaos. I remember that this Yuan Jiuchen was Song Xingdao's traitor. Isn't it a matter of course for you all to clean up your sect? The one who spoke this time was the old man surnamed Li. Zhongsho scoffed coldly, replying without any hesitation, Song Xingdao can kill him today, tomorrow, but I don't have to choose before your highness moves. After saying those words, Zhongsho wasn't willing to speak anymore, holding a cup of tea and not drinking, only quietly smelling the fragrance. He allowed this Han King to consider carefully. The problem was that at this moment, there were less than 10 days until Inquan headed to the capital. As for this Yuan Jiuchen, this fourth prince probably hated him to the bone even more than Song Xingdao and wanted to kill him. A moment later, Inquan and the old man surnamed Li exchanged glances. Their expressions changed for a moment before they gave out a bitter laugh. You have won. What does Song Xingdao want from me? Helian Iron Mountain has 3 million people. I beg your highness to let them go and let them leave. Also, tens of days ago, my 10 fellow sect members who were locked up. As he said that, Zhongsho paused. All of a sudden, he didn't know what he should get from this Han King. Song Xingdao was rich. Although this Han King was rich, in these short tens of years of operation, he might not be stronger than Zhongsho and the current Gantian Mountain. The sect probably wouldn't care about some benefit. If he asked for too much, this Han King probably wouldn't agree. Sizing up this Inquan, Zhongsho's gaze finally locked onto his waist, his pupils constricting slightly. Actually, this time Song Xingdao and your highness are just taking what we each need. Song Xingdao don't ask for any rewards from your highness. I, on the other hand, love metal and stone items. Give me that piece of jade. Tanqiu is delighted and would like your highness to give it to me. Inquan was startled, following which his expression relaxed. These conditions were within his expectations and weren't too much. He didn't hesitate to take off the piece of jade at his waist and casually toss it to Zhong Shou. This piece of jade was only of a slightly better quality than the highest quality mutton fat jade. It wasn't some sort of mystical item, following which his expression turned solemn. Then, Song Xingdao, when are you prepared to attack? After Zhong Shou received the piece of jade, he used his hands to pinch it. He knew that this item was the item in his memory, there was no mistake about it. This time, this piece of jade could be considered an unexpected surprise. He wanted to take a closer look, only to feel two cold gazes staring right at him. Zhong Shou instantly broke out into a laugh, casually keeping the item in his hand. As they say, there is no time like the present. Didn't your highness agree a few days ago to gather troops to help Jilingzi, even lending out the Dingxi iron cavalry? Zhong Shou looked out of the window, only to see the heavy rain pouring down continuously. That Liao King matter will alert the enemy in the end. Long nights have many dreams, why not do it today? In just a few words, he decided the fate of that Yuan Jiuchen. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted slightly. This continuous rain was also an unexpected surprise. The heavens were helping him, after today, he could finally break free. Why doesn't the rain stop this year? Roughly 230 miles away from Shiqin City, it was also raining heavily, lightning flashing in the sky. However, there were a full 9,000 cavalry quietly standing on the plains at the side of the river. They didn't move at all, like they were statues. The ones at the helm were Yuan Jiuchen and Jilingzi. However, beside him, there were two people who stood shoulder to shoulder with him. They were all wearing armor that was equivalent to a 6th-grade spirit weapon. They had a dignified bearing, emitting a fierce tiger aura. There was a faint smell of blood in their mouths and noses. If one looked carefully with their spiritual eyes, one could see a blood-vengeful glow charging into the sky. Most of the generals in the army who had killed before were like that. The one who spoke was a 30-over middle-aged man, his face clean and handsome. Jilingzi expressionlessly swept the two of them. Out of these two, one was the commander of the Dingxi Iron Cavalry, Xiaozi. He led 1,000 cavalry, their strength wasn't below the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. The one beside him who was grumbling out of boredom wasn't a small matter. He was the Han King Personal Guards Commander Boli. Although his words were grumbling about the weather, he was actually expressing his unhappiness towards their tailing sect. The two of you please calm down. 2 days later will be the execution of those 3 million criminals. I think that when the common people path acts, if it isn't today then it will be tomorrow. Please work hard for 2 more days. Our tailing sect will naturally repay you after the matter. Only then did Boli shut up, exchanging glances with Xiaozi beside him, and smiling. He looked towards the Li River not far away. The rain during these few days was really heavy. The flood peak of the Li River was also getting higher and higher. Luckily, today His Highness didn't need to worry about this matter. Just as he was thinking about that, 2 balls of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of him and Xiaozi respectively. Boli doubtfully received it. A moment later, his expression became incomparably strange. Looking at Xiaozi again, this colleague of his was extremely calm and didn't reveal anything at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Jilingzi also felt weird about these 2 message talismans, probing, "The 2 of you, does His Highness have something to instruct?" Boli smiled, his expression instantly returning to normal as he nodded his head. "That's right. He wants the 2 of us to settle things quickly and return to escort His Highness. Imperial City. His Highness seems to want to move early." When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, his eyes lit up as he looked weirdly at Boli. That Jilingzi was also delighted. However, in his heart, he still felt that something was weird. However, thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of anything. He only thought that he was being too suspicious and didn't bother about it. After tens of breaths, he saw a bunch of scouts galloping over from the rain not far away. After they got close, the leader of the scouts galloped in front of Ji Lingzi and the other three, cupping his fists and bowing. Sirs, roughly 70 miles downstream, the river dam suddenly broke. When I came down, the water had already flooded Helion Iron Mountain. The 4 people here were all startled, thinking to themselves that the water was flooding Helion Iron Mountain? What was going on? Was it intentional or intentional? Ji Lingzi was only shocked for a moment before he laughed coldly. I remember that the place that Helion Iron Mountain is at is 170 feet below the water surface? Speaking of which, Song Xingdao must have built numerous ships? That scout commander instantly bowed once more, his eyes filled with shock and respect. At that time, there were 300,000 stone boats going down the river and also reaching Helion Iron Mountain. Chapter 437. When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, a weird glow flashed in his eyes. When the dam broke and the flood charged into the shore, due to the water level being too low, the water was too strong. It wasn't suitable for sailing, especially 100,000 stone giant boat. For those 300 ships to be able to charge down, they must have been specially modified. Who knows, they might even be able to travel in the air for a short period of time. Although the land near Helion Iron Mountain was low, the area wasn't too big. With the current water speed, in just a few minutes it would be able to fill up the area. The Li River flowed in the opposite direction. It was a rare river that flowed from east to west. The 300 ships needed to go down with the current and head west for roughly 3,000 miles before they could leave Taishang. Scoff. What a good plan. Flood the mountain to take revenge for the 3 million people of Helion Iron Mountain to drown. The local officials would have an answer and wouldn't report it and harm their own future. Heading west like this would only take a few days to easily sail out of the country. Within Helion Iron Mountain, there would definitely be Song Xingdao's men working inside. Those 3 million people are most likely waiting on one of the mountains. Ji Lingzi laughed coldly as he said that. If we didn't have the idea to use these 3 million people to force them to act early, Song Xingdao would have succeeded. However, today it wouldn't be so easy. Boli and Xiaoza exchanged glances with one another. They were filled with respect, but their eyes were more filled with pity. Although you saw through his plan, you were prepared. However, they were already prepared. They had already set up a killing trap and were just waiting for someone to walk into it. On their faces, they slightly nodded their heads, not showing any weird expressions. Following which, Ji Lingzi waved his sleeves, energy surging out. He actually drew a picture in the grass in front of him. It was a section of the Li River, the map of Helion Iron Mountain. Following which, he looked towards Yuan Jiuchen with a questioning expression. The latter understood and knew that although Ji Lingzi was smart, he himself wasn't good at strategy. He didn't hold back, pulling out the sword of his attendant and stabbing it into the top left corner of the map. This is the Black Spirit Mountain. There was a valley to the side. It was the most dangerous place in the vicinity of the Helion Iron Mountain. It was also the only place one could pass through. Song Xingdao did not have many men. Even if they added the men who had arrived recently, they only had about 900 riders. If they want to stop my army from attacking before the sinners board the ships, they will definitely choose to stop them here. Smiling slightly, Yuan Jiuchen's face was filled with a mocking expression. Those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, if they were to roam and fight with us, they would definitely die. I, Yuan Jiuchen, still need to have some misgivings. Now that I am stubbornly defending the stronghold, I am digging my own grave. It can cause the surrounding armies to gather near Black Spirit Mountain. Even if we can't make it in time for the battle, we can prevent Song Xingdao's bandits from escaping. Ji Lingzi's eyes slightly brightened as he said the word good. His eyes also revealed a bit of coldness. Although he didn't think highly of Yuan Jiuchen's character, he trusted this person's talent. For today's battle, Just the purple firmament sword cavalry alone, the sect had sent over 1,400 of them. Pretty much half of the Tao soldiers were sent over. There were also 200 elite disciples whose combat strength wasn't weak. If one added in the Han King's 1,000 Dingxi iron cavalry, 3,000 close guards, there were also 3,000 Yen City elite cavalry under Yuan Jiuchen. Even if that Tan Qiu was an unparalleled talent, he had to make this person fall under Black Spirit Mountain to wash away the humiliation. Boli and Xiaoza exchanged glances with one another for the third time, thinking that it was really this Black Spirit Mountain. As expected, that person had expected it. Tens of miles away, at the side of Black Spirit Mountain, there were similarly 900 cavalry standing there. They were also like wooden statues, not moving at all in the heavy rain. However, the expressions of the few people at the front were a little strange. Where did the first seat go? Why hasn't he returned? Does this matter need to be kept a secret? While asking, Luo Shijing frowned and looked to the side. That was a grade 5 silver scale wind stepping beast, Zhong Shou's mount. However, at this moment it was empty. Zhao Yanran thought about it and felt that there was nothing to keep a secret, so she said generously, "The first seat went to Shiqin City and will probably return in a short while. As for his goal, you will know in the future." The moment these words were said, not only were Luo Shi and Xuanya startled, but the Tsang Xingdao disciples behind were also surprised. Then, their brows furrowed and they were deep in thought. Luo Shi's first thought was that Zhong Shou wanted to act like last time, starting from the upper echelons of the Taishang dynasty. However, thinking about it carefully, he knew that it was impossible. This was not just 10 people, but 3 million lives in death. To delay it wouldn't be easy. Then, what was the purpose of Tan Qiu's trip to Shiqin City? However, at such a crucial moment, he gazed into the distance, looking at the fog-shrouded Helian Iron Mountain several dozen li away. The worry in Luo Shi's eyes was even thicker. At this moment, one could see numerous people walking out from the mines. Under the chase of the soldiers, they climbed up the high ground at the side. Who knows what the purpose of that was? Was the execution day brought forward? I'm guessing that guy probably ran away because he had no idea what to do. The voice was like a silver bell, attracting the gazes of everyone. Only to see that the person who spoke was a young girl, innocent and pure. Those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, who followed Zhong Shou and fought a huge battle east of Luo City, finally had a warm look in their eyes. After that battle, the person they respected the most was the current first seat of the Common People Palace, not allowing anyone to humiliate him. However, since it was an ignorant little girl, then they didn't need to care. Ruoxue also looked over, only to see Yongqin staring over furiously. She couldn't help but feel delighted, using her hand to pull her lips and make a funny face. Yongqin was startled, following which she was filled with embarrassment and rage. Even if Xuanya used her hand to pull her sleeves, she still didn't give up. "I just want to say it. That year my master and palace head Fangwen weren't able to save him. What can Tan Qiu do? He is strong, but is he stronger than Senior Master Fangwen? I think we are just waiting here for nothing." Xuanya didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard that, thinking to herself that this silly brat was trying to make excuses for first seat Tan? Or was she really unhappy with him? Zhao Yanran couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly stopping herself, following which she rubbed her brows with a headache. After all, it was her little senior master. This time they were going to make a joke out of their 7 spirit sect. On the other hand, that Xie Guan said solemnly, "What senior master said isn't wrong. It isn't that I don't trust the first seat. It is that this matter is too problematic. If we save him, we will fall into the trap of tailing sect. However, if we don't save him, we will feel guilty. In my eyes, we should report to the seniors and let the seniors of the sect deal with him." Just as he said that, a sword shadow suddenly sped over from the night sky. On the sword stood a person. It was Zhong Shou. After landing, he directly sat on the silver scale wind-stepping beast. He was still wearing a black and red armor, carrying a giant sword on his back. After landing, he looked towards the Hellion Iron Mountain in the distance. Injecting soul power into his eyes and looking carefully for a moment, he couldn't help but nod his head. The people gathered on those 10 over mountains were around 3 million. The Dienshur of Hellion Iron Mountain was really good at doing things. He asked the person beside him, "Are the arrangements done?" Apart from Xian Shu, there was another commander of the common people mysterious dragon warriors. His name was Xian Qi. He wasn't familiar with Zhong Shou and their relationship was more distant. The one who replied was still the former. Following the first seat's wishes, I have laid out a formless reversal formation in the canyon, covering 20 miles. Xie Guan's eyelids jumped. Why wasn't it a killing formation but an illusionary formation? The formless reversal wasn't an extremely strong illusionary formation in his memory. Its only specialty was that it was hidden. Even a powerhouse of the 8th or 9th stage would walk into it if they weren't careful. How was Tan Qiu so sure that this illusionary formation could be used? Zhong Shou smiled in satisfaction. With that, everything was prepared except for the east wind. He swept the people around and then focused his attention on Zhong Yuan. His aura was obviously a little unstable. Occasionally, the spiritual energy around him would go berserk. This was a sign of breaking through at any moment, like when he advanced to Xiantian. He was just a step away from the ascended realm. The effects of those 3 dragon tiger body training pills were not bad. As the rumors said, just 3 pills and he could build up the foundations of the ascended realm. Just as a gratified expression appeared in his eyes, Zhong Shou suddenly felt that something wasn't right. However, he couldn't recall what it was. He could only turn his head and wait leisurely. Speaking of which, it was weird that Yongqin was trying her best to slander Zhong Shou. However, at this moment, when Zhong Shou returned, she didn't dare to make a sound, as well behaved as a cat. On the other hand, Xie Guan and Luosher wanted to open their mouths to ask, but they could only forcefully bear with it. Just at this moment, they could see numerous floodwaters crazily surging over from the distance. The aura was majestic. In just 15 minutes, it totally drowned those low-lying areas. The two of them were first shocked. Then, they saw hundreds of ships appear in their field of vision. They were all newly made floating cloud ships. They weren't painted and were obviously crudely made. However, they were really sturdy. While Xie Guan's expression relaxed, his brows furrowed tightly. "I'm afraid that Tailing Sect and the Han King won't allow these Hellion Iron Mountain sinners to board the ships safely." At this moment, Zhong Shou finally thought about where that uneasy feeling came from. Xie Guan and Luosher, as well as those Tsang Xingdao disciples, were all wearing the common people mysterious dragon warrior black and red armor. Each of them held a red sword in their hands. Even their mounts were silver scale wind-stepping beasts. His stomach was in pain from laughing. Zhong Shou could only bear with it, taking out the giant sword on his back. Then, he looked at the upper reaches of the Li River, at that Black Spirit Canyon. "So in the end we still have to fight. That Ji Lingzi should be arriving soon." Xie Guan instantly sucked in a cold breath. Not only him, but the many Tsang Xingdao elite disciples behind were in an uproar. They didn't fear one Tailing Sect. However, along with the Han King's hundreds of thousands of troops, weren't they asking to die? Could it be that Tanqiu had gone mad? Chapter 438. This is the Black Spirit Mountain Valley Path. What a dangerous place. Standing on a mountain path covered in mud, Ji Lingzi looked around, only to see that all around there was a flood. Originally, due to the high terrain, there were very few people here. However, when the water flooded, this valley became the only place one could pass through. There were mountains all around that were tough to cross. Only beside this Black Spirit Mountain, There was a relatively wide valley path that one could pass through. Actually, all mounts that reached grade 4 and above had the ability to float in the air. However, that was on the ground. Once one stepped on the water, without any support, the consumption would multiply. To be able to use the wind to travel 40 to 50 miles was already the limit. Yuan Jiuchen said that Song Xingdao would definitely choose this place to attack. As expected, it made sense. When one entered the valley path, one noticed that this place was naturally formed. Below it was covered in sand and stone. It was 3,000 feet wide, and could allow thousands of cavalry to move side by side. At this moment, Yuan Jiuchen ordered all the elite cavalry to stop. Only when they could see a few 10,000-man formations rushing over did they continue forwards. Ji Lingzi praised when he saw that. If it was some normal generals, they wouldn't be able to do this. With the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry and Dingxi Iron Cavalry, these 2,000 grade 6 cavalry would be eager to charge into the valley to find those common people mysterious dragon warriors to fight. However, this Yuan Jiuchen didn't let such strength get to his head. Instead, he placed himself in an invincible position. Just this carefulness was enough for the Han King to pay attention to him. Boli and Xiaozi felt more and more regretful. Their gazes towards Yuan Jiuchen were extremely complicated. Close to 9,000 cavalry entered the valley one after another, only to see that the surroundings were covered in a white mist. At the start, Ji Lingzi didn't care. Only after 40 breaths did he feel shock. However, following which he broke out into a laugh. Illusionary formation? It's the upside-down formation? I heard that although this formation is weak, it is formless and formless. No wonder I couldn't notice it before. I thought that Tan Xiu would lay out a killing formation here. His heart calmed down. Since there was such a large-scale spiritual formation here, then those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, and Tan Xiu most probably chose this place to attack. Even Yuan Jiuchen could see the importance of the terrain here. If Tan Xiu could not make arrangements in the Black Spirit Valley beforehand, then he was not worthy of the title of unparalleled general seed. What he was most worried about was that the demons that Song Xingdao didn't care about the lives of the 3 million people. Indeed, after advancing for about 1 kilometer, they saw a group of shadowy pupil knights slowly galloping over in the thick fog. Ji Lingzi raised his eyebrows as a deep blue luster appeared in his eyes. His line of sight pierced through the layers of hallucinatory haze as he looked towards that direction. There were more than 900 riders, all of them wearing black and red armor, holding large red swords in their hands, and their black cloaks fluttering in the wind. Those silver scale-wined stepping beasts mostly moved in unison. 3,000 and 2,000 hooves landed at the same time and raised up at the same time. However, within it there was some disharmony and chaos. They shouldn't be true common people, mysterious dragon warriors. One could also see that the faces of these people were filled with confusion and nervousness. Although their strength was not bad, being placed in the cavalry formation not only didn't increase their strength, but instead became a burden. However, the phaseless reversal formation still had some use. There were numerous people in the distance. When he retracted his spiritual eye and looked out once more, there seemed to be a few thousand cavalry. Ji Lingzi couldn't help but smile, having an urge to laugh out loud. False bravado. Could this be Tan Xiu's method? This was too hilarious. You're at your wits' end. Yuan Jiuchen at the side also laughed coldly. I heard the horse hooves sound, at most there are 1,000. However, we need to be careful in this battle, it is best if we wipe them all out. Although he wasn't a spirit master and couldn't use his spiritual eye, he had a pair of ears. Having been on the battlefield for decades, he had already developed the art of listening. If he could heavily injure Song Xingdao here, he would be able to ensure the safety of the next few decades. Boli and Xiaozi exchanged glances with one another at this moment, a bitter smile appearing on their faces. A bitter smile appeared in their eyes. Then, without making a sound, they pulled some distance away from the two of them. Ji Lingzi didn't understand, slightly nodding his head in agreement. That's true, we have a 100% chance of winning this battle. Winning isn't tough, what is tough is wiping them all out. His gaze swept around, finally landing on the tip of the 900 cavalry. Even if he was wearing iron armor, he still looked unusually thin and weak. Ji Lingzi's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression. So what if he was an unparalleled general seed? So what if he was at the peak of sword intent? Wasn't it the same today? Was he going to fall here? We are probably going to die in this battle. Pretty much at the same time, there were people muttering behind Zhong Shou. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the battle was about to begin. Not only were these words useless, but it would also disturb the morale of the army. Xie Guan and Luosher's faces were green. The few of them were really strong, and one could roughly see their strength. Just the level 6 cavalry on the other side already exceeded them by more than 2 times. Apart from the 1400 purple cloud sword cavalry, there were also 1,000 Han King Dingxi iron cavalry. Apart from that, there were hundreds of thousands of troops nearby that were closing in. Not only them, but the many elite disciples of Tsang Xingdao also had ashen white faces. They weren't afraid of death, but when death truly arrived in front of their eyes, they still felt their hearts palpitating. If they fled now, it seemed like they still had time. Who cared about the 3 million sinners? What did that have to do with them? Betraying Tsang Xingdao might not mean that they had no way out. Just like Yuan Jiuqin. All of this was the fault of that Tan Qiu. Using 900 cavalry to go head-on against an enemy 10 times their number, this person was totally crazy. He wanted to bring them over to die. Various random thoughts struck at their hearts. They needed to go all out to forcefully suppress these thoughts that they shouldn't have. Generously going to die, it was easy to say, but how many people in the world could do that? Slowly, some people panicked even more, their minds not focused at all. Some people slowly calmed down, their hearts silent. Under the interrogation of their hearts, it was like their heart realm had improved, totally disregarding the words life and death. Today within this Black Spirit Canyon, they had to fight and they couldn't back down. Half of the 800 common people mysterious dragon warriors felt their hearts turn ice cold. However, these people were not only Tsang Shengdao's Dao soldiers, but they were also death warriors. Although they knew that they were going to die, they weren't afraid. Only their eyes were filled with despair. Only Xian Shu and Xian Qi, who knew a portion of the inside story, were still really calm, their expressions normal. It made most of them calm down, trying their best to calm down their emotions. Yongqin was not far behind Zhong Shou. Her strength wasn't weak, which was why she was placed in such a position. At this moment, her face was bitter, like a frosted eggplant, totally dispirited. Dead, dead. I was wondering what he could do. So he is still fighting head-on. Does he really think that he is a top general? 900 against 9,000, he is really crazy. If I knew, I wouldn't have come over no matter how hard I tried. I wanted them to report to their seniors, but they weren't willing to listen. My good life was ruined, just like that. He could only think about these words in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhao Yanran was at the side and couldn't take it. She could only helplessly open her mouth. Senior Master, don't worry. The first seat has his own plan to defeat the enemy. The moment these words were said, many gazes looked over. Looking at Zhao Yanran's expression, she was indeed confident and didn't look like she was faking it. Xian and Luosher, who were more sensitive, their brows froze up. It was a plan to defeat the enemy and not to force them back. What plans did Tan Qiu have? His heart finally calmed down. He knew that Zhao Yanran was usually the closest to Tan Qiu. She would definitely know some of Tan Qiu's plans. This woman was really intelligent. If she didn't have the confidence to succeed, she wouldn't have said those words. Zhong Shou rode his horse at the front of the army. He didn't know anything about what was happening behind him and didn't bother about it. He controlled the silver scale wind-stepping beast under him to move forwards at a neither fast nor slow pace. When they were less than 1,500 feet away, they heard Ji Lingzi's voice from afar. As they say, it's a small world. A month ago, I didn't expect that I would meet you once more here. When I set off for this place, I didn't expect that First Seat Tan would really wait for us here in the Black Dragon Canyon. His tone sounded indifferent, but if one listened carefully, they would be able to faintly detect the excitement and pride in his voice. Zhong Shou shook his head, too lazy to bother. Ji Lingzi didn't expect this. On the contrary, he had guessed a month ago that this matter would most probably end in this Black Spirit Canyon. That Ji Lingzi was still filled with confidence, laughing coldly. Today I won with an unfair advantage, please don't blame me. However, if any of you are willing to put down your weapons and swear to leave Tsang Xingdao, I can make the decision to let you live. The moment these words were said, within the 900 cavalry, even those Tsang Xingdao disciples whose hearts were shaken were filled with rage. They all calmed down, no longer thinking about life and death. Their fighting spirit rose up. They really couldn't take it. This Ji Lingzi already treated them like rabbits waiting to be slaughtered. Even if they fell to hell, they would drag one of them down with them. Today, only death awaited them in Black Spirit Canyon. Zhong Shou could feel the change in morale behind him. He was even more speechless. It was all thanks to this person that his side was united as a fortress. Pretty much all of them had successfully passed this heart tribulation training that he had purposely set up. To be able to look death in the eye and not be afraid. In the future, be it martial path or spiritual cultivation, they would have some achievement. After he returned, he would have something to say to Senior Brother Han. Coincidentally, at this moment, they were 1,500 feet away. Zhong Shou suddenly pulled on the reins, raising his hand to stop the entire army. At the same time, Yuan Jiuchen suddenly hollered furiously, "Bo Li! Xiaozi! What are you all doing?" Chapter 439. Bo Li! Xiaozi! What are all of you doing? His tone was filled with incomparable shock and anger. When Ji Lingzi heard that, he was slightly shocked. Turning around to take a look, he noticed that something wasn't right. Only to see that Bo Li and Xiaozi had both retreated into the Dingxi Iron Cavalry and the Personal Guards formation. The elite cavalry army under the Han King had already turned their horses around and headed towards the exit of Black Spirit Canyon. They were actually going to leave this place. Even the 3,000 yen city elite cavalry under Yuan Jiuchen were also turning around and leaving. Ji Lingzi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and confusion at first, but he instantly calmed down. His face was green as he said, "Are the two of you going to rebel? Colluding with Tsang Xingdao, the two of you are really bold. Aren't you afraid of military law?" When Bo Li heard that, he turned around and laughed out loud. "Cultivator Ji Lingzi, what a huge hatch you are trying to cover up! Unfortunately, the reason we returned was because of the Han King's orders. Dun Huang has been in chaos recently and he ordered us to return to calm it down. We won't accompany you here." The moment these words were said, not only were Ji Lingzi and the many tailing sect disciples shocked. Even Tsang Xingdao's side was at a loss, looking at this change in a daze. Under the suppression of these 9,000 iron cavalry, many people thought that they were definitely going to die. Who knew that before the battle even started, the other side had already split up. Xuanye, Xian, and pretty much everyone in the formation all looked toward Zhong Shou with weird expressions. Could it be that this person had already expected this? Who knows what Yuan Jiuchen thought about? His face was devoid of blood. Ji Lingzi took in several deep breaths, suppressing the panic that rose up in his heart once more. "What are you all doing? Is the Han King going to break ties with our tailing sect because of this Tsang Xingdao? Our tailing sect has worked so hard for the Han King and paid so much. Is this how your highness repaid us? Aren't you afraid of our tailing sect taking revenge? The person who spoke was not Ji Ling. The person behind him was also grade 7, wearing a Taoist robe. Her red face was filled with anger. I, Boli, do not know about this. You can ask the King of Han. Boli ordered his 3,000 cavalry to turn around in an orderly manner. He then said with a smile that wasn't a smile, however, Your Highness has something that you want me to tell Brother Ji Lingzi and Commander Yuan. He said that he wanted the two of you to greet his 9th brother, Prince Liao. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Haha, who knows, the two of you might receive the news soon. Yuan Jiuqin only felt like his mind was smashed by a heavy hammer, his heart jumped. The body on the horse also swayed, almost falling off the horse. In the depths of Ji Lingzi's eyes, a trace of panic also faintly flashed past. His expression became abnormally dark. I don't know what Liao King has to do with this matter. He only knew that the Tsang Xingdao bandits were right in front of him. Do you all dare to provoke them? Na Boli was startled, then he mocked. I thought fellow Ji Ling would be smarter, but it turns out that you are also an idiot without any foresight. Which eye of yours saw that there were Tsang Xingdao bandits here? Anyways, I and my men didn't see them. But, Brother Xiao, did you see Tsang Xingdao people here? Xiaozi was prepared. The close to 1,000 grade 6 Dingxi iron cavalry were coincidentally behind the purple cloud sword cavalry of Tailing sect. They were the only army that didn't retreat out of all the Han King troop. At this moment, they were together with the 900 common people mysterious dragon warriors, forming a pincer attack. After hearing that, he expressionlessly raised his eyelids. Tsang Xingdao bandits? I have never seen them. Boli laughed maniacally once more. So it is not only your tailing sect who can twist the truth. Oh right, I forgot to say. There are 40,000 infantry troops at the entrance of Black Spirit Canyon. If you all want to retreat, you won't be able to. You are scheming against them, but the person opposite you has already dug a hole a few days ago, waiting for you to jump in. This time your tailing sect didn't lose unjustly. Those 200 tailing sect disciples originally had mocking smiles on their faces. Even the most careful person felt that this time victory was in their hands. At this moment, all their mocking expressions froze on their faces. Those 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry knew that the situation wasn't good, their aura was suppressed. Coincidentally, at this moment, a golden talisman slashed through the air. Ji Lingzi received it in his hand, his face instantly covered in a black and green color. He clenched his fist, nearly crushing this talisman into pieces. At the last moment, he stopped such a thought. He casually tossed the golden talisman in his hand to Yuan Jiuqin at the side. The latter used his spiritual sense to take a close look. A moment later, his mouth was filled with bitterness. 7 Spirit and Qingyin sect tried to assassinate the Liao King, drawing him to attack, using illusionary techniques to cause His Highness to use the Taiqing Qingfeng sword. The Yen City Pass matter can't be done, we have to be careful. So that was the case. Taiqing Qingfeng sword, that was the top secret technique of Tailing sect. In the cloud world, there was only one such sect, no one else. If this talisman came a moment earlier, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. The thousands of iron cavalry of the Han King retreated really quickly. In just a short moment they were nowhere to be seen. Even the 1,000 Dingxi iron cavalry retreated like a wave. This caused Yuan Jiuqin to heave a sigh of relief. At least this Han King still had the heart to let both sides suffer heavy losses and wasn't willing to be enemies with Tailing sect. However, when he looked around, his heart was still as cold as ice. In this vast valley, there were only a little over 1,600 people left standing. However, compared to the huge aura from before, at this moment they were all alone. Not long ago, they still had a chance of winning. However, today, they went from a hunter to a prey in the eyes of others. However, in the end, there was still some hope. Brother G. In today's battle, both of us are at death's door. However, our tailing sect still has the advantage. Our numbers are close to double that of the enemy. Only by fighting to the death can we live. I know. Ji Lingzi glanced at Yuan Jiuchen in surprise and secretly admired him in his heart. As expected from a 1,000-foot general, his personality was really courageous and he knew how to make choices. Following which he took in a deep breath. His face sunk like water as he looked opposite. Respect. Liao King being assassinated, was it your doing? You managed to persuade the Han King and easily save the situation. I, Ji Lingzi, am not willing to submit to anyone, but Brother Tan is the first person in the same generation to make me submit. However, in today's battle, victory and defeat is still not certain. Why don't we stop here and make peace? Zhong Shou kept silent and didn't say a word, thinking that it was normal for him to be unwilling. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this Ji Lingzi. This fellow was really a chatterbox, jabbering on and on, making one feel annoyed. He also thought that he was a gentleman. Zhong Shou was such a good teen and was too lazy to appreciate him. At such a time, he was actually thinking about making peace. Did water enter his head? Until the Han King's men all retreated. He turned his head and smiled. 9 times the enemy is asking to die. Now that we have double the enemy, do you all dare to fight? Those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were still okay, but the hundreds of elite disciples all flushed red in embarrassment. However, following which a red glow appeared in their eyes. They were originally prepared to die and wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, they saw that the situation of them being outnumbered had changed. However, their desire to fight to the death didn't fade at all. Instead, their fighting spirit burned even more. Tailing sect used this Yuan Jiuchen as bait several times to plot against Song Xingdao at Yen City Pass. Hundreds of disciples died. There were also many common people, mysterious dragon warriors, who died. Anyone who knew about this matter had a stomach full of rage. Now that they had a chance to vent, why would they back off? Even if they had to go all out, they would cause these 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry to all die. Their confidence in Zhong Shou had reached a shocking level. This person was an unparalleled general talent. A month ago, he was able to break through 400 with 200. Today, he might be able to use 900 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, to break these 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry. Xian was originally the leader of all of them. However, when he heard that, he pursed his lips unwillingly. Xian is willing to follow the lead of the first seat in this battle. Luosher smiled. As long as it isn't 1 against 9, I am not afraid. Xuanya didn't speak, only the hand that held the sword tightened. Xian Shu and Xian Qi were like before, expressionless. However, under that calm face, there was a little excitement. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, knowing that the morale of the army could be used. He raised the red sword in his hand horizontally by his side and laughed out loud. Since that is the case, then let's fight to the death. Let's have a good fight. The silver scale wind stepping beast under him suddenly jumped, galloping like lightning. In just a few breaths, it had already accelerated to the extreme. The 900 scarlet red iron cavalry behind him were stunned for a moment before charging forward like a flood. Like fish scales, they followed behind Zhong Shou in clear layers. Fight to the death. Kill. When Ji Lingzi saw that, his face turned green once more. Following which he scoffed and also galloped on his horse. He was leading 1,600 purple armored cavalry. He didn't dodge or avoid clashing head-on. Similarly, his aura covered the heavens. The sound of horse hooves reverberated throughout the ancient path, like thunder. A vast purple sword energy charged out from the cavalry force. Closely behind, a black and red sword shadow also rose up. It turned into a giant black dragon and clashed with it. In that instance, numerous amounts of energy spread all about. The entire two sides of the canyon seemed to have been plowed by numerous steel needles. Tens of thousands of scattered sword energy pierced numerous holes. Zhong Shou didn't think at all, the sword in his hand breaking into the purple sword light the moment they clashed. However, after a "king," it was forcefully stopped. One could see that Yuan Jiuchen's face was filled with luck and a relaxed expression. Xian Iron Wunshan armor? Thinking about it, he knew what was going on. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, several white shadows suddenly charging out from his sleeves. The blade light that was hard to see with the naked eye just crossed, and it caused that person's head to be tossed away. Chapter 440. The speed of the knife light not only far exceeded the limits of one's eyesight. Even the spiritual senses of the grade 7 experts around could only sense a little bit of it, not knowing the details. A few white lights flashed and disappeared, following which they were kept into Zhong Shou's sleeves. When Yuan Jiuchen's head flew up, he didn't know that he had died. Only when he rolled several times in the air and saw his headless corpse did he panic and despair appear on his face. Following which his head landed on the ground, instantly being stomped into meat paste by millions of horse hooves in the intense battle. Ji Lingzi at the side hollered out, his face filled with disbelief. That was the Xian Iron Wunshan armor. Although it was grade 8, it was a spiritual artifact that could compare to magical treasures. How could it be broken so easily? He originally expected that this Tan Xiu had grasped the pinnacle of sword intent. When the Iron Cavalry fought, his strength would be unbelievably strong, enough to change the outcome of the battle. This was why he gave Yuan Jiuchen and himself such an important treasure of the sect to block the attacks of this Tan Xiu. However, what were those few white lights? Why were they so easily slashed open the Xian Iron Wunshan armor? How was that possible? That disdain flashed across Samuraim's eyes before it returned to normal. The red sword in his hand waved out once more, slashing in from the gap that was revealed after Yuan Jiuchen died. Just at this moment, Zhong Shou finally felt a huge intent suddenly descend from afar, trying to break into this illusionary formation. It was vast and vast, bringing with it a little impatience, wanting to totally crush this small space. Squinting his eyes, Zhong Shou laughed. Speaking of which, so many grade 6 elite disciples, how would Tailing sect not care? However, at this moment it was already too late. 20 years ago, how many heroes of Tsang Xingdao died in the hands of Tailing sect? To let these people go, even if Zhong Shou was willing, the 900 Tsang Xingdao disciples behind him definitely wouldn't be willing. He was about to use these 1,600 heads to comfort the heroic spirits. Forcefully bearing the spiritual sense pressure, the sword light in his hand flashed, and he directly beheaded an ascended ancestor who was caught off guard. Zhong Shou's figure also brushed past the despairing Jilingzi. Like a peerless sword, he charged into the formation of the purple cloud sword cavalry. The crimson sword in his hand swung out once more. It was incomparably brilliant, and when the sword light flashed, swords and armors were all broken, bringing about a rain of blood. The blade shadows crisscrossed with each other, emitting a continuous clanging sound. Countless sparks shot out in all directions along with the supreme force. Swords clashed against swords, armor clashed against armor. The moment the two cavalry units met, it was as if two torrents of metal had collided with each other. The cries of silver-scaled wind-stepping beasts and purple-winged lizards could be heard everywhere. This time, the 900 crimson swords were swung in unison. They were as heavy as a mountain, and they seemed to be condensed into one. Every time it slashed down, there was a dull and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. 900 sword lights, in just a few slashes. Just like that, the 1,000 purple cloud sword cavalry were pretty much sliced into half. And when the two cavalry finally crossed each other, On the ground there were close to 900 corpses. Their armors were all broken and their bodies weren't complete. There were also some purple-winged lizards and silver-scaled wind-stepping beasts that were still alive, giving out tragic cries. A piercing blood pretty much dyed that small piece of ground red. There were 864 corpses. They were the purple cloud sword cavalry of Tailing sect, as well as some of the elite Tailing disciples mixed within. On the side of Tsang Xingdao there were 40 corpses. After the entire cavalry unit made a magnificent turn around, Zhong was silent as he took a look at those corpses. In this battle, he was still unable to ensure that all his men were kept alive. However, these 40 people should be the final sacrifice. Behind him, the eyes of the 10 Tsang Xingdao disciples were all red. The ones who died just now were all common people, mysterious dragon warriors. A small half of the Dao soldiers of the sect died because they blocked swords for them. They also knew the reason for that. Among the common people, mysterious dragon warriors, half of the Dao soldiers had used up their potential and couldn't have any more breakthroughs. However, their futures were limitless, able to advance, grade 7, grade 8, and even step into the celestial path. Only then did it make one's heart tremble, their internal organs feel like they were burning. They were both ashamed and furious. There was also a heavy pressure on their shoulders. In this life, if they didn't have any achievements, how could they be worthy of the deaths of their sect members? If they didn't kill 1 or 2 Tailing sect disciples, how could they be worthy of their spirits in heaven? Opposite them, the remaining 800 purple-armored cavalry, after charging once, didn't have the courage to turn back and fight anymore. They crazily fled towards the exit on the other side of Black Spirit Canyon. Zhong wasn't anxious at all. First, he didn't rush nor slow, arranging the formation of the cavalry force as he ran. Only then did he speed up, following behind. At this moment, Ji Lingzi's expression was not only ugly. Just as the Han King's subordinates were retreating, he finally thought of the use of this inversion formless array. Not only could it block the spiritual sense of the sect experts, but it could also cause illusions to appear in front of their eyes. In their eyes it was like that. The purple-winged lizards under them were like that too. Before this, when the iron cavalry clashed, they didn't feel it. However, at this moment, their footsteps would occasionally become erratic. In front of them was a piece of flat land, but when they looked at it, there would always be protrusions. Or even a piece of mountain rock would appear in front of their eyes. Sometimes the result would be the complete opposite. Those obstacles would be completely hidden, and they would not be able to sense them, such that the speed of the entire cavalry force was unable to be raised to the maximum. On the contrary, those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were chasing close. If this went on, they would be caught up sooner or later. They would be killed from behind by these common people, mysterious dragon warriors. They roared out in unwillingness as they turned around. The entire cavalry force unbelievably completed a turn in an instant. However, at this moment, those 850 red iron cavalry were right in front of their eyes. The sword light turned into a dragon, smashing their formation into pieces. The 850 red swords were raised up in unison and slashed down. After the ear-piercing sounds of metal cutting, blood and meat splattered all about. Numerous broken armor pieces flew all about. When these 850 red iron cavalry once again stepped over hundreds of corpses, none of them died. As for those Tailing sect disciples, there were less than 200 left. A large half of them were injured on their mounts. Zhong controlled the grade 5 silver scale wind-stepping beast under him to slowly slow down. Then, he turned around coldly. At this moment, that vast spiritual sense in the sky was even more anxious and crazy. It wanted to descend here, but it was blocked by another power that wasn't any weaker, or even a little stronger, such that it was unable to succeed. However, the remnant ripples of the spiritual sense would occasionally seep into the people within the formation, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. Zhong Shou didn't care at all. The giant red sword in his hand was raised up once more. He pointed at the remaining Tailing sect disciples as well as Ji Lingzi, who was still alive. If any of you are willing to put down your weapons and swear to leave Tailing sect, today I, Tan Qiu, will let you live. Ji Lingzi only felt his chest tighten, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. This kid was too much. He had said those words before, but this Tan Qiu only changed a few words and said it the same way. However, at that time, he was confident. However, at this moment, he was panicking like a dog that had lost its home. Apart from despair, there was only despair. In the sky there would occasionally be several explosions. Within the rain, numerous lightning flashed. Fan Wen and Hanfang weren't able to survive in that space gap. They brought Shi Rulin back to the cloud world. I think that Qu Yunzi is about to go crazy from anxiousness. Fan Wen looked into the distance, only to see a patch of dark clouds which he couldn't see clearly. However, to him, it wasn't a difficult matter. The place where Hanfang and Qu Yunzi clashed was within that lightning cloud. It continuously roared, each time crazier and crazier, each time larger and larger. In a short few exchanges, it caused that small space to show signs of collapsing. Each time, it would stir up wind and clouds, shocking heaven and earth. He couldn't understand the mysteries within, causing him to sigh. Based on what he knew, Hanfang was a God Realm Peak expert. Today, he was a Grade 9 Peak Spiritual Grandmaster, the peak of the cloud world. After stepping into the celestial path, one needed to cross the spirit realm and celestial realm before one could enter the God realm. However, if one split these three realms like the human, earth and heaven realms, there was a full 9 grades difference. As expected, the difference in strength was unimaginable. If it was me, I would also be anxious. Just the 1400 purple cloud sword cavalry here was already close to a third of Tailing sect's numbers. If those 200 disciples are lost, their essence energy will be hurt. Who knows how long it will take to make up for it? Hanfang stood at the side with his hands behind his back. When he heard that, he smiled and turned his head. It is best if you don't look. If you look too much, it will affect your heart realm. If Tan Qiu was here, he might be able to comprehend some things. Fangwen's brows rose up, but he wasn't unhappy. As expected, he stopped looking and turned his eyes downwards. Senior Master Zhong laid out this illusionary formation. It is really worrying. It blocked Qu Yunzi's spiritual sense outside. However, both of us are unable to see through it. What is the situation within? What is there to worry about? Hanfang shook his head disapprovingly. From the moment the Han King retreated, Junior Brother's chances of winning were already set. Sword Path won with the spirit, unparalleled formation charging, and also those 7 heaven and earth variant. No matter what Tailing sect does, they would be able to deal with it. We only need to worry about the losses of Maitsang Xingdao disciples. These are all really talented people. They originally wanted to give it a try and come back after some training. They didn't plan to succeed, but who knew that Junior Brother Zone would be able to turn the tables and settle this matter? Just as he said that, Hanfang suddenly exclaimed and looked into the sky. Chapter 441. Just as he said that, Hanfang suddenly exclaimed, looking into the sky, "Those 4 World Protector Venerables have finally come. How late, making me wait for so long." Fan Wen was also moved and heaved a sigh of relief. With these few World Protector Venerables here, no matter how anxious Chuyun was, no matter how crazy he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. However, at this moment, a lightning spear that was thousands of feet long suddenly pierced down from the sky. Hanfang's eyes opened slightly, following which he scoffed coldly. He waved his sleeves and there were ripples in the air. Instantly, a lightning glow exploded out, smashing towards his waist. Lightning flashed and spread all about. Amidst the thunder, a large portion of the lightning clashed and dissipated. A portion charged into the Black Spirit Canyon and blew out a corner of the phaseless reversal formation before it was smashed into pieces. The situation within finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fan Wen instantly looked down, only to see Tsang Xingdao's 900 mysterious armor iron cavalry were pretty much complete, standing at the west exit. They lost only 40 people. His eyes dimmed slightly, but his heart was also slightly relieved. When he looked at the two areas where the corpses gathered, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Huge victory! Moreover, it was a suppressive victory. Out of the 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry, only 100 were left. As for those 200 tailing sect elite disciples, there were only less than 40 left. After this battle, within 10 years, they didn't need to pay special attention to this top sect of the Taoist faction. Tsang Xingdao, who couldn't take the burden, could finally take a breather. Using this period of time to free up strength to totally solve many problems. The outcome of this battle could threaten everyone, causing those people who had nefarious intentions towards Tsang Xingdao to restrain themselves. The black cloud layer opposite was even thicker, rumbling and rumbling. Numerous lightning flashed like it was brewing something. Han Feng smiled with a thought. A bright long sword flew out and circled around his body. Just now, he didn't expect that when Qiyun and the other three arrived, they would be so crazy and go all out. But now there was no such thing. If they were to fight again, it would be a fight to the death. He even laughed. Brother Qiyun, I remember that 20 years ago, I tried to save people at Yen City Pass but was stopped by you. He mocked me, saying that I've lived for so many years in vain, yet I can't afford to lose. Do you still remember those unpleasant words from back then? He said that this is a fight between juniors, and that we should rely on our own abilities. Seniors like us shouldn't interfere. Now, could it be that fellow Taoist is also a sore loser like me and is prepared to protect your child? Within the black cloud it was totally silent. Qiu Yuan kept silent and didn't reply. Han Feng laughed maniacally, extremely delighted. 20 years ago my Tsang Xingdao and your tailing sect didn't bother each other. But because of your greed, you attacked my sect's disciples. 3 assassinations, a total of 434 lives. They died far away, but today with these 2,000 lives in exchange, it is enough to comfort the spirits of our sect's disciples in heaven. Fan Wen smiled. The casualties of Tailing sect in this battle added up to more than 2,000. The Liao King's exposed identity dealt a heavy blow to Tailing sect. Shi Rulan beside him acted like he didn't hear anything, looking down calmly, extremely focused. Shut up! A shout suddenly rang out in the black cloud layer. It interrupted Han Feng's words, following which a person stepped out from the cloud layer. 30 years old, his face was thin and majestic, a golden hairpin was stuck in his head. His body was also covered in a green Taoist robe. He first looked below. His eyes couldn't help but twitch, a heart-pained expression flashing across his eyes. More than half of the 1,400 purple cloud sword cavalry had been defeated here. The remaining elite disciples of the sect were almost completely wiped out. This Tsang Xingdao obviously knew about the Liao King matter and had the chance of winning in his hands. However, they were still continuously increasing their bargaining chips to lure Tailing sect into the trap and send out even more people. How despicable! In the end, his gaze focused on the mysterious armored teen who was holding the giant red sword and holding the knife horizontally, pointing it at Jilingzi. This is the new junior nephew that you Han Feng accepted. Good. Good. Very good. As expected, he is a talent. If he can grow up, he will be an unparalleled famous general and be able to threaten the world. In his heart, he wanted to slap this Tan Qiu to death. It was this person who caused Tailing Sect to suffer such heavy losses that it would be tough for them to recover for many years. At such a crucial time when the spiritual wave was rising, they had to suffer such heavy losses. However, he could only forcefully bear with this impulse. If he were to attack, even if one of the 4 people came from Tailing Sect, he had to interfere. He hesitated, struggling for a moment. Chuyun's voice suddenly turned gentle. "What do I have to do for you to let go of my Tailing Sect disciples?" There seemed to be a pleading tone in his words. Hanfang was startled, following which he broke out into a laugh, shaking his head slightly. "Brother Chuyun, why do you have to do this? Today if it was you, would you agree? Have you forgotten how I, Hanfang, begged you back then? How you replied back then? I, Hanfang, will also reply the same way." Chuyun's face turned ashen white. How would he not remember that it was the happiest thing in his life? However, today it was totally the other way round, being humiliated by Hanfang. However, he had to save the close to 200 disciples below. At this moment, to be able to survive under the swords of those 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, the disciples who survived the calamity were all true elites. After a few years, they might be able to help Tailing Sect recover some losses. Thinking about it for a moment, Chuyun finally heaved a sigh of relief. 3 mid-sized mind stone veins, is that possible? Hanfang laughed coldly. Mind stones were good things. 3 mid-sized mind stone veins could support another 300 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. However, how could all of this go up against the hatred in his heart? Add 3 more Xian iron Wenshan armor. My Tailing Sect is willing to agree with Song Xingdao to not offend him for 30 years. The Xian iron Wenshan armor was a grade 8 spiritual artifact, but its defensive ability could be compared to a grade 2 magical treasure. Within Tailing Sect, only grade 8 and above cultivators had the right to be equipped with it. This armor needed a special spiritual metal which could only be produced in the mines of Tailing Sect. Hanfang didn't care at all. As for that contract, in his eyes there was no need. If Song Xingdao was strong, why would he need to fear the provocation of the enemy? On the contrary, the current Tailing Sect had to worry about being attacked from both front and back. Qian frowned, his fist finally clenched, saying coldly, "Yen City Pass Governor Xueshi, as well as all 134 Song Xingdao disciples are locked up by my Tailing Sect. My Tailing Sect is willing to exchange and guarantee that they will recover their cultivation. How about that? Xueshi?" A bright glow flashed in Fangwen's eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. His unfortunate junior brother actually didn't die. And those 134 Song Xingdao disciples who he thought had died in the hands of the enemy were actually still alive? Hanfang was also moved, the emotions in his eyes fluctuating. After a long while, he regained calmness and then looked up at the starry sky. The heavens have eyes. Senior brother, senior brother, today I, Hanfang, finally have an answer to you. Looking below at Zhong Shou's body, Hanfang's expression was really complicated. This junior brother, he really didn't know how to thank him. In the past, due to the Yen City Pass incident, his senior brother left in a fit of anger. Although he was still communicating with Song Xingdao, he wasn't willing to return for tens of years. It also caused many elders in the 3 sects and 6 schools to be estranged from Song Xingdao. In exchange for the intents of those Song Xingdao disciples, it wasn't as simple as 134 lives. As for the 100 elite disciples that followed Zhong Shou, their energy was totally different now. Like they had been cleansed, giving off a charm and aura that they had never had before. Their aura also changed, a firm look appeared at the center of their brows. That was a feeling that one would only have after going through life and death training. Who knows, maybe a few years or even decades later, there would be 30 to 60 grade 7 experts who would come out from within. There would definitely be many who would be able to break through that celestial barrier. Although his junior brother only wanted to cultivate and wasn't willing to have too much to do with the sect. What he didn't know was that after this battle, numerous powers within the 3 sects and 6 schools would be grateful to him. Especially that Shueshi. For him to be able to return, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Laughing lightly, Hanfang suddenly raised his head, smiling brightly. Deal? There was no need to hesitate about this matter, it was a great thing. How could he not agree? Zhong Shou was below, the sword in his hand was raised up impatiently. Thunder rumbled and rumbled above. Wave after wave of vast wills tried to crush down time and time again. Luckily, they were all blocked by Hanfang. Although it made one's heart jump, it wasn't able to hurt him. He had also heard the conversation between the two of them. When Hanfang's last sentence was said, not only did the remaining Tailing sect disciples relax, but the expression of the remaining Tailing sect disciples also relaxed. Zhong Shou also knew that the matter today had already ended. He couldn't kill this person anymore. If it was just for mined stone mines and a few Xian iron Wenshan armor, even if Hanfang agreed, he would still attack. Anyways, Hanfang was his senior brother and couldn't control him. However, since it involved the lives of hundreds of sect members, then he could only let it go. He was thinking in his heart, who was this Xueshi? It sounded like he was a really important person in Songsheng Dao. He wasn't just the defending general of Yen City Pass. He was also cursing in his heart. This Hanfang really followed behind him all the way. Fortunately, he didn't do anything that would arouse suspicion along the way. They passed by several famous treasure lands, the few low-grade top instance dungeons in Shenhuang. He resisted the urge to ask about them. The 800 cavalry behind Zhong Shou were all silent. Although their hatred hadn't been solved, they didn't have any intentions of going against orders. Just as Zhong Shou was about to unwillingly keep the sword, a voice rang out. That Ji Lingzi's eyes were burning with flames as he stared over. Do you dare to have a fair fight with me? Chapter 442. Do you dare to have a fair fight with me? When his words landed, the many Tsang Xingdao disciples were startled when they heard that. In the next instance, Luosher laughed coldly. Fair fight? You're really shameless. First seat, don't bother about him. If one said that the gap between grade 5 and grade 6 was 10 times, then the gap between grade 6 and grade 7 was close to 100 times. Before this, although the 3 of them were so envious of Tan Qiu's position as the first seat of the Common People Palace, they all wanted to fight for it. However, no one thought about using the strong to bully the weak. However, even if they decided to challenge, they had to wait for Tan Qiu to cross this threshold before doing so. Xian Shu, Xian Qi, as well as Xian Yi and Xian's faces all turned dark and cold. Ji Lingzi didn't bother at all, his gaze pressuring like he wanted to pierce through Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou himself was a little tempted and wanted to experience the secret sword technique of Tailing sect, Taiqing Qingfeng sword. If a core disciple like Ji Lingzi used it, he would be able to see the whole picture and have a totally different experience. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't worth it. If other people said they wanted to fight, he would stupidly agree. There wasn't much benefit to winning. In front of that God Realm expert, he wouldn't be able to kill him and he wouldn't be able to use many killing moves. If he agreed, he would be a fool. If it wasn't a life and death battle, it wouldn't have much effect on training his sword technique. Scoffing coldly, the corner of Zhong Shou's lips revealed a disdainful mocking intent. Ji Lingzi's expression changed and knew what Zhong Shou meant. Someone who lost to him, how could he dare to be brave? He had already won the group fight, so why should he fight one-on-one with him? However, he was still a little unwilling, gritting his teeth. He took out 2 items from his heaven and earth bag and threw it out. I'll bet these 2 eggs of mythological beasts. I wonder if you dare, Tanqiu? Zhong Shou squinted his eyes. Looking at the two objects floating at the side, he saw that they were two fist-sized turtle eggs. They were faint black in color and densely packed purple-gold runes were scattered on the eggshells. This is a Xuanwu turtle egg? The entire Black Spirit Canyon instantly fell silent. Even though the beast egg before him wasn't a real divine beast, it wasn't too far from it. Zhong Shou's eyes also lit up. This was what it meant to plant flowers but not blossom, but unintentionally plant a willow and the willow grow. Previously, he had failed to trade for the Xianyin turtle in the city beside Song Xingdao Palace. Now, he saw someone whose bloodline was closer to the Xuanwu bloodline. Once the Xuanwu turtle egg hatched, it would truly be at the peak of the 6th rank. Compared to the egg of the red fire golden phoenix, it was no weaker. This bargaining chip had indeed moved his heart. Having made up his mind, Zhong Shou looked up again. In the next moment, a cold voice was heard. "You can fight with the sword, but don't kill." Zhong Shou's brows rose up. This voice was foreign and didn't seem to come from Hanfang. He thought that the old ancestor of Tailing sect would take the chance to let them fight to the death, leaving life and death up to fate. He couldn't help but curl his lip. He felt a little regretful that he couldn't take this chance to take this person's life. However, he still jumped off that silver scale wind-stepping beast, casually stabbing that door-sized giant red sword into the ground. That standard mysterious dragon sword was used along with the common people mysterious dragon warrior cultivation method formations. Similar to the Blood Cloud armor and Blood Cloud halberd, it was a pseudo-grade 5 spiritual artifact. This was why just now he couldn't slash open the black iron Wunshan armor. If he really wanted to fight, he had to change weapons. Directly taking out the fire-een sword, Zhong Shou walked in front of Jilingzi. He changed his identity in Song Xingdao. Naturally, this sword had changed its appearance. That time he gave it to Hanshi to refine the heaven metal blood silver. Zhong Shou also brought along a layer of this spiritual gold outside of the bone sword. It was like a sword sheath, one could take it off when not in use. Once it was sheathed, it would only slightly affect the weight and sharpness of the sword. Just as he stood still, a cold glint flashed across Jilingzi's eyes. Streaks of sword shadows seemed to have merged into the wind as they suddenly flew over. In the blink of an eye, that extremely sharp sword energy was right in front of Zhong Shou's neck. Zhong Shou's brows rose up, the sword in his hand slashing out, only to hear a low king sound. It was really dangerous. Pretty much at the last moment, he was able to deflect that sword light away. At this moment, the surrounding Song Xingdao disciples all heaved a sigh of relief. Xuanya scoffed coldly, shameless. That sword just now was close to a sneak attack. Standing in the position of a life-and-death enemy, one was helpless. However, to a martial cultivator, he had no sense of shame. Towards the character of this Jilingzi, he was already filled with disdain. Out of everyone, even Yongqin's face was filled with worry. Who knew what this Tanqiu was thinking? Did this fellow really think that he could win that Xianming turtle egg? Even if he grasped the pinnacle of sword intent, it wasn't easy for a grade 6 to win a grade 7, so why did he have to fight with this person? Closely following which was a series of clanking sounds. Like rain hitting a banana leaf, numerous sword energy flew out in all directions. Many sword energy slashed numerous deep marks on the stone walls on both sides. Even the nearby Song Xingdao and Tailing sect people had no choice but to retreat hundreds of feet away. However, the eyes of the crowd were filled with more and more shock. Jilingzi's sword shadow was so quick that one couldn't see it clearly. In just a breath, he could slash out 20 to 30 swords, endless and unending. This Taiqing Qingfeng sword was indeed terrifyingly strong. Although the sword's speed was quick, its power didn't decrease at all. Instead, each sword strike was faster than the previous one. The sword light danced with the wind, and also gave rise to a violent tornado beside Tanqiu. It was no weaker than the destructive strength of the two cavalry forces not long ago, destroying everything around. However, Tan Qiu, who was within the storm, was still calm and unruffled. His speed was naturally far from Jilingzi's. The difference couldn't be calculated with logic. However, the sword shadow that turned into a tornado was easily blocked. Slowly, around his body, it formed a circular sword circle. It was only 10 feet, but it was like a lightning pool, unable to be crossed. No matter how Jilingzi attacked, how he hit it, it didn't collapse and didn't change shape. It was like there was a suction force, not only slowly sucking in the heaven and earth spiritual energy from all around. The sword energy that Jilingzi slashed out was like a clay ox entering the ocean when it charged into the sword circle. There was no sound at all, like it was born to be able to swallow everything. The people at the side slowly saw through some things. Before this, they thought that Zhong Shou was able to block it because he relied on his shocking judgment after reaching an extremely high level in the martial path. At this moment, they noticed that the sword technique that Zhong Shou displayed was indeed not ordinary. Xuanye and Luoshi, who knew their stuff, had solemn expressions on their faces. This sword technique was pretty much unparalleled in defense, but also like it contained many types of sword shadows that were merged into one spot. Even if there were many flaws that weren't enough, this 10-foot sword circle, if the opponent was them, no matter what they thought, it would be tough for them to break through. In the sky above, 2 exclamations broke out. Who knows if it came from Hanfang or Qiu Yunzi? 2 vast spiritual intents rippled once more. Not only that, he could faintly sense that there were a few other even more concealed and even more powerful wills that had arrived at this place. At this moment, Zhong Shou was enjoying it. He hadn't felt so happy in a long time, casually displaying his sword technique. Pretty much just because he was excited, the sword in his hand rose up along with it. This inner armor and the steel pillar outer bone combination was able to block the true chi of a grade 7 expert. The muscles and tendons of his body, even the vital energy and bones. Although he was bearing huge pressure, it wasn't like when he was on Dragon Gathering Mountain, where he felt like his body was about to be smashed into pieces. To be able to go up against Jilingzi, he was getting more and more used to it. Before this, he was barely able to keep up, but now he could easily block and break Jilingzi's sword in advance. In this world, he had bitterly struggled for close to 2 years. Today, he was finally able to go up against grade 7 experts and compete with them. What made him happy was that this sword technique that he deduced in his last life and continuously improved in this life could finally be used in battle. And the effect seemed to be not bad. Following which, Zhong Shou didn't bother about his sword, not thinking about anything, letting his instincts take care of him. More of it was observing the mysteries of the Taiqing Qingfeng sword. His eyes were filled with the joy of a hunter. In his last life, he had experienced that to secretly learn sword techniques, one had to first observe the sword intent and then investigate the path of the sword. First obtain the spirit and then learn the form. With that, even if one didn't know the specific Heart Sutra, one could more or less learn a large part of it. Each time they clashed, Zhong Shou would be able to deduce how the opponent's true qi was circulating in his chakra meridians through the clash of true qi. Just 200 swords later, a rough internal energy circulation diagram appeared. It had already vaguely appeared in his mind. However, at this moment, a cold scoff spread down from the void. Useless thing, are you prepared to let that kid learn all of the Taiqing Qingfeng sword of my tailing sect before you are satisfied? Jilingzi was first shocked, following which his body floated backward and retreated 200 feet out. At this moment, the area around the two of them was in a mess, with holes all around. The ground was flattened by hundreds of feet. The stone walls on both sides were in danger, close to collapsing. Only the area around Zhong Shou's body was perfectly fine, 10 feet wide. Jilingzi took in a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. The grade 8 spiritual sword in his hand became brighter and brighter, more and more eye-catching. What sword technique is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhong Shou's eyes squinted, knowing that the opponent was accumulating strength. The next sword would probably decide victory or defeat. However, he didn't care much, expressionlessly replying, "It is normal that you haven't heard of it. This is the One Origin Een sword, a sword technique that I created myself. The path of heaven and earth, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all living things. His sword, 10,000 streams merged into 1, naturally 1 could split into 2, the sword split into Yin and Yang. It was the great sun Yin Yang Dharma that gave him inspiration. To be continued. Chapter 443. Actually, Zhong Shou was far from completing this sword technique that merged hundreds of schools into one. At this moment, he had split the sword techniques he learned into 2 sword technique. Along with the stack word meaning of the 99 Long Ing sword, he finally had a rough framework. One Origin Een sword? Self-created? Ji Lingzi muttered, but his gaze was even more sinister. His body turned illusionary as he crossed hundreds of feet. The blazing sword light streaked across the sky and charged toward Yi Qingyu. The sword energy surged, but it was restrained to the extreme, compressed at that tip. Just looking at it made one's heart jump. Everywhere it passed, there was a sharp whistling sound. All the spiritual energy, all the air was forcefully repelled, causing a destructive energy ripple. Zhong Shou's eyelids jumped. Just one look and he knew that his One Origin Een sword was filled with flaws and couldn't block it. His heart was still cold. Since he couldn't block, then he would attack. Attack! The silver sword circle flashed and then disappeared without a trace, following which all the sword light gathered in front of Zhong Shou, turning into a sword and stabbing out. Going all out to block the 200 swords of Ji Lingzi, absorbing bit by bit, the accumulated true qi and sword energy all exploded out at this moment. At this moment, the surrounding Tsang Xing Dao disciples all frowned. They were feeling worried for Zhong Shou. However, in the next instant, these people's eyes all widened. No expression was able to be reflected on their faces. Zhong Shou's sword was totally sudden. When the sword light rose up, it pretty much stole all the light in this small area. Stunning and sharp, the sword's speed was 5% faster than that of Ji Lingzi. The strength of the sword was also several times stronger. Like it wanted to absorb all the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire Black Spirit Canyon into the sword body. Where the sword shadow passed, the afterimage didn't even have time to disappear. Looking at it, it was like a line stabbing forward. At this moment, Ji Lingzi, who was facing the attack head-on, was already horrified to the extreme. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Originally, he was 100% sure that he could break Zhong Shou's tortoiseshell. But now, he was left with nothing but despair. The silvery white sword shadow was right in front of him as soon as it appeared. It was so fast that even a 7th-stage powerhouse like him couldn't react in time. He also understood that before his sword could even hurt Tanqiu, the other party's sword would be able to take his life. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Lingzi fiercely blocked with his sword. Instantly, with a bang, the grade 8 spiritual weapon in his hand was actually unable to withstand it and shattered into pieces. Ji Lingzi also felt his right hand go numb, limp and powerless. It was as if he had been almost crippled by the impact of this huge force. However, the silver-white sword light did not stop there. It did not stop there and pierced into his chest. A layer of yellow light appeared on the mysterious iron Wenshan armor, blocking the sword light. Following which, with a purring, it exploded in all directions. Following which, all his clothes were smashed into pieces. Luckily, Zhong Shou's sword didn't go in any deeper. It tapped on his chest before he retracted it. However, the huge force that smashed into Ji Lingzi's body caused him to be tossed into the air. He crossed 1,000 feet of space and smashed into the stone wall. His entire body was like the word, as he was embedded into the stone wall. Thank you, thank you. I will kindly accept those 2 Xianming turtle eggs. Zhong Shou smiled and kept the Fire Yin sword in his hand. If there was the One Origin Yin sword, then naturally there would be the One Origin Yang sword. The full name of this sword technique was the One Origin Great Phaseless Sword. Based on his imagination, this sword's speed could not only merge 10,000 streams into one, but it could also simulate any sword technique in the world. Moreover, at least 90% of power was even above the original version, which was why it was called phaseless. In Buddhism, there was a 10th level Holy Spirit level Heart Sutra called Small Formless Method. It was said that it could imitate all the cultivation methods below the 10th level. It was so vivid that it didn't lose out in the slightest. Zhong Shou was really ambitious and didn't want the sword technique that he created to be inferior to others. This large phaseless technique naturally surpassed the small phaseless technique. Anyways, he would first suppress it in terms of name. He also kept the 2 turtle eggs into his heaven and earth bag. Zhong Shou couldn't help but look at the fellow in the stone wall. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of clothing on Ji Lingzi's body. They were all smashed by Zhong Shou's sword energy. His body was covered in bruises. His face was green and red like he hadn't recovered till now. He looked really haggard. Zhong Shou shook his head when he saw that, thinking to himself, why bother? Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept towards Ji Lingzi's crotch. Zhong Shou was startled, muttering softly, how small. Thinking to himself, that thing was similar to a steel needle. Amongst the Tsang Xingdao disciples, a burst of laughter broke out. 10 teen girls' faces flushed red, scolding out as they shifted their gazes. However, they couldn't help but sneak a look. As expected, it was really small. Even those common people, mysterious dragon warriors who were more stable, smiled, their lips filled with smiles. That Ji Lingzi's face was already turning purple. He only felt extremely ashamed and humiliated. If it wasn't for his body being unable to move, he really wanted to go all out against this Tan Qiu. Who cares about the orders of the sect elders? Even if he died together with him, he would kill this Tan Qiu. Out of everyone, only Xuanye and a few others still had solemn expressions. His mind was filled with the image of the silver-white sword light. They wanted to challenge for the position of the first seat, but just that sword from Tan Qiu, they didn't have any confidence in being able to take it. At this moment, Tan Qiu's cultivation was only grade 6. If before, when they knew that this person had comprehended sword intent to the extreme, they still had thoughts of giving it a try. However, at this moment, they didn't have any such thoughts. The moment Zhong Shou's words left his mouth, he felt that he had said something wrong, feeling a little ashamed. Sorry. Tan Qiu didn't mean to say that, he was just too shocked. That's not right. Actually, cultivator Ji Lingzi's standard is around that of normal people. There isn't anything surprising about him. He saw that Ji Lingzi's eyes were already giving off a green glow. The flames that were burning before were even more intense. That sharp gaze was like he wanted to slice him into thousands of pieces. Zhong Shou thought about it and decided to keep his mouth shut. The more he explained, the worse it would get. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of offending this person. He only felt that it wasn't nice of him to sprinkle salt on someone's heart where they felt inferior. He really didn't mean to say those words. He was kind enough to casually summon the clothes of a corpse nearby to cover Ji Lingzi's body. Especially his lower body, which was wrapped up tightly. Zhong Shou directly walked back and rode on the silver scale wind stepping beast. At this moment, someone had already helped him to wrap up Yuan Jiuchen's head and was prepared to bring it back to the sect. The corpses of the dozens of fellow sect members were also kept properly. Zhong Shou looked above, only to see that the black clouds had thinned out a little. Those two indiscernible auras had already retreated. Who knows if they had left or not? The matter here had already ended. What was left was to chase up to the fleet that should have returned to the Li River and protect those 3 million people to safely leave the territory of the Central Dynasty. Zhong Shou felt his body relax, just as he was about to turn his horse around and gallop out of Black Spirit Canyon. He saw a large bunch of troops swarming in from the canyon entrance. The ones at the lead were Boli and Xiaozi, who had just retreated, along with thousands of iron cavalry. Looking at the situation within, Boli was first startled. Xiaozi's eyes were also filled with shock. Zhong Shou laughed and turned his head. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could it be that Your Highness, King of Han, is preparing to be the fisherman, the oriole? Boli's face twitched, following which he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists towards Zhong Shou. How is that possible? The two of us are just following the Han King's orders to take a look at the situation here. His Highness isn't in a good situation. Others might not know, but First Seat Tan should be clear about it. Why would he go against Song Xingdao at such a time? When Zhong Shou heard that, he didn't know whether to agree or disagree. The current Han King naturally didn't have the rights to be the fisherman. He definitely couldn't be the enemy of Song Xingdao and Tailing Sect at the same time. However, once he inherited the throne, that might not be the case. This bunch of elite cavalry troops entering the canyon might not be like what they said, just wanting to take a look at the situation within. Scoffing coldly, Zhong Shou pointed towards the remaining 200 Tailing Sect disciples as well as Ji Lingzi, who was still embedded in the stone wall. My sect has already exchanged with Tailing Sect for these people. Don't harm his life. As for that Yuan Jiuchen's head, Aitsong Xingdao will take it away. If he didn't point it out clearly, these Han King troops might attack these Tailing Sect disciples. That Han King Inquan had run this Westland for tens of years. He had millions of elites under him and was one of the strongest out of all the kings. He wasn't willing for this person to fall so quickly. With this person here, it wouldn't be so easy for the Liao King to ascend to the throne. Following which Zhong Shou didn't stay any longer, bringing all the mysterious armor iron cavalry and galloping away, charging out from the exit on the other side. Until the galloping sounds of the silver scale wind stepping beasts couldn't be heard. Bo Litsai heaved a sigh of relief. This Tanqiu is so young and only grade 6. Why does he have so much power when he speaks? Even I can't take it? Looking at the corpses of the purple cloud sword cavalry, his gaze was even more complicated, wiping out double the number of enemies and only injuring 1 out of 30. This person is really amazing. An unparalleled general seed is so strong? He originally thought that both sides would be injured and they would need to clean up the mess. Who knew that the best outcome would be like this? Xiaozi frowned as he looked at the center of the canyon. It was where Zhong Shou stood before, the 10 feet of land that wasn't damaged at all. After a long while he raised his head. Just now after the cavalry battle, there was a peak grade 7 sword battle. One of them was Ji Lingzi, the other was probably Tanqiu. Bo Litsai's eyes instantly constricted. How was that possible? If that was the case, this person would be the biggest problem for Taishang in the next tens of years. Chapter 444. Those 300 cloud ships were still in Hellion Iron Mountain. Out of the 3 million felons here, only half of them had boarded. Seeing that, Xian, Xuanye and the others all frowned. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou making arrangements to dig a hole and wait for Tailing Sect to jump in. If these 900 people really attacked, no one would be able to survive. Out of those felons, a small half of them were all dried up, their clothes torn and tattered. Even the strongest among them were as thin as a match. However, at this moment, they were all pumped up, joy appearing in their eyes. Their dry eyes finally had some hope. However, they were also a little emotional. Those who didn't board were all looking at these large ships in a fervent and anxious manner. Luckily, there were hundreds of Tsang Xingdao outer sect disciples who were working hard to maintain order, and no chaos occurred. Zhong Shou expressionlessly looked at these people and didn't pay much attention to them. Towards the situation of these felons, at most he felt pitiful and sad. He didn't mind helping them when he had the ability. However, to say that he would pity them and sympathize with the pain of these 3 million people, that was impossible. Zhong Shou's sympathy wasn't so overflowing. Out of the 300 cloud ships that were either built temporarily or gathered from nearby, there was one that was empty to be used by the Tsang Xingdao disciples. The moment Zhong Shou boarded the ship, he saw his senior brother Hanfang smiling as he waited in the room that was allocated to him. In front of him were 2 items, 2 jade talismans and a jade letter. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to take all these items into his hands. He casually slapped the 2 jade talismans and they turned into light spots, gathering into his sect token. It was the 200,000 merit points that Hanfang promised. As for the jade letter, what was recorded was naturally the 8th and 9th meridians of his world-shocking spiritual art. Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense to browse. A moment later, he was delighted. As expected of a God Realm expert, he had already deduced all the cultivation techniques for these few levels. Furthermore, it was even more complete than the version that he had deduced himself. It could correct many of the omissions. However, on the surface, he did not seem to care at all. "Senior brother, are there no additional rewards this time?" When senior brother instructed us, he didn't say that we were going to exchange people with Tailing sect. Hanfang chuckled as if he had expected this. He was neither surprised nor displeased. Instead, he asked curiously, "Junior brother, what else do you want? This time, all of you have indeed exceeded the requirements of the sect's mission. As long as your request is not too much, I will agree to it." Zhong Shou's expression immediately became joyful, and his eyes shone brightly. "Do you have any rank 6 baby beasts of the Qilin and the Azure Dragon bloodlines? If not, Tier 5 is fine too." Before he finished speaking, he saw Hanfang frown, revealing a troubled expression. Zhong Shou knew that Hanfang wouldn't be able to take it out. Or maybe he did, but he couldn't bear to part with it. Dissing in his heart, Zhong Shou had a thought and took a step back. "If you don't have it, then something that can allow a grade 5 dark chill tiger to rebuild its body and advance to the metal element bloodline is fine." Only then did Hanfang relax, nodding his head. "I do have that. I have 2 spiritual items on me. One can rebuild the body, the other can raise the bloodline." As he said that, he casually waved his hand. When his sleeves swept across, 2 items suddenly appeared in front of Zhong Shou. One was a jade box that gave off a cold air, the other was a small bottle that was less than the size of an index finger. Muscle-growing dew? Chill metal tiger king heart. Zhong Shou used his spiritual sense to sweep and instantly his brows furrowed. These 2 items were far from what he had expected. The muscle-growing dew within the small bottle was said to be able to regrow the flesh and bones of the dead. Even if one was left with a bit of soul, it could be recovered. This legend was a little exaggerated, but Zhong Shou had personally seen it in his last life. It did have a miraculous effect, especially under the celestial path, rebuilding the body. Within the jade box was the heart of a grade 9 chill metal tiger king. Not only was it of the same bloodline as the dark chill tiger, but it was also close to the beast god bloodline. He was already very close to the divine beast bloodline. At the very least, he could barely meet the requirements for the balance of the 5 spirit. Keeping the items, Zhong Shou's face instantly warmed up. After getting the benefits, the face of senior brother Han became much more amiable in his eyes. However, following which Zhong Shou felt weird. "Senior brother, That traitor Yuan Jiuchen has already been killed by Mi-tsang Xingdao. Tailing sect has also suffered heavy losses, and within a few years, it would be tough for them to recover. Why is there still worry in senior brother's eyes? Naturally, it is because of that sword Prince Zhu. Hanfang hesitated slightly, in the end he sighed. 3 days ago, our Shuhua sect was found by Zhu. In the end, the few third-generation disciples of Shuhua sect weren't able to take a single sword from him. The few grade 8 experts were all defeated within 10 sword. The 4 grade 9 elders didn't have the confidence to win and didn't dare to join the battle. They could only let him leave. Thinking about how a year and a half later this sword prince would come to challenge me, I feel a headache. Zhong Shou was startled and knew about this Shuhua sect. It was one of the 3 sects and 6 schools of Tsang Xingdao. They occupied a spiritual house and weren't weak, although they were the weakest out of the 9 branches. However, wasn't the outcome a little too tragic? Was this Juyu really that strong? Even grade 9 experts felt that they had no chance of winning? In his heart, he was a little interested to have a battle with this person. However, thinking about it carefully, he decided against it. At this moment, his cultivation was too low. Even a year and a half later, he could only break through to grade 7 in his spiritual cultivation. As for his martial path, he was far from it. He was well aware of how terrifying the strength of a stage 8 powerhouse, who was also an expert in the way of the sword, was. If his own strength wasn't enough, it was best if he didn't ask to be humiliated. Unless his martial path cultivation could break through to grade 7, only then would he have the ability to go up against him. As for spiritual cultivation, his current standard was still at the newbie level, so he didn't need to embarrass himself. Hanfang obviously didn't have the intention to let Zhong Shou fight Zhu. He shook his head. Originally, junior brother was the best choice to represent our Tsang Xingdao. However, your current sharpness is too strong. It is best if you retract it. Actually, I don't hope to win him, as long as I don't lose face. However, in this generation, although the talents of Xuanye and the other 2 aren't weak, their maturity is a little lacking. They also didn't come from Tsang Xingdao's main sect. Do I really need to send a grade 8 disciple? When Zhong Shou heard that, his heart moved. If he didn't need to lose face, he had a way. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Chu Shui, who was respectfully sitting at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, revealing a smile. A year and a half later, if she was able to gather 5 spiritual beasts, this brat would at least not be weaker than Xie An and Luosher. However, at this moment it wasn't the time to talk about this. Zhong Shou's expression turned solemn, saying seriously, "Actually, senior brother came at the right time. I have a request. This time, after leaving the Taishan country, I have something to do and need to head to the depths of Guangling Han Ocean. Senior brother, please help me." Han Fang was startled, his eyes revealing a suspicious expression. Who knows what Zhong Shou was planning? The depths of Guangling Han Ocean wasn't a good place. Especially at this time, Zhong Shou led 900 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. He was pretty much unharmed, but he caused heavy losses to Tailing sect and also took down the head of Yuan Jiuchen. It could be said that he shocked the world with a single feat, his name shaking the world. Taishan country capital, Imperial City, Fenghua Palace Administration Hall. Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Gaoruo was respectfully and carefully passing a red document to the front of an emperor-robed old man who was sitting behind a desk. Then, he stood at the side and waited quietly. The old man was reading through the memorials and was so engrossed that he forgot himself until the dozens of memorials on the table were all properly dealt with. Only then did he place down the brush in his hand. When he looked at Gaoruo, a bright glow flashed in his eyes. His gaze swept to the side of the desk. As expected, he saw a red document. Red? That's rare. It concerns military matters, but where did they send troops? Casually picking it up and looking at it for a moment, the emperor-robed old man's brows furrowed. Then, he broke out into a laugh. Yuan Jiuchen died, Tailing Sect's 1800 purple cloud sword cavalry died one after another. Speaking of which, my Quan and Song Xingdao worked together to con Tailing Sect? Gaoruo bowed. As for the specific situation, Gaoruo doesn't know. I have already ordered people to investigate. However, to say that the Han King and Song Xingdao worked together might be a little too much. In my eyes, at most, it is a tacit understanding. That emperor-robed old man instantly smiled. Do I need you to remind me about this matter? As they say, no one knows a son better than a father. Naturally, I know the personality of my son. Even if you give him a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to collude with Song Xingdao. If I didn't investigate, Quan Er's land isn't peaceful and his document of refusing to enter the capital is already on its way, right? Gaoruo bowed slightly. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was exactly the same. At this moment, the emperor-robed old man's eyes were filled with surprise. However, my Han has connections with Tailing Sect. That is a little surprising. Without a sound, he is actually a direct disciple of Tailing Sect. Hey! How amazing! Liao Qing's full name was Inhan. As for Gaoruo, from start to finish, he kept silent. This was an emperor family matter and it wasn't something he could interfere in. As expected, moments later, the old man behind the desk squinted his eyes, giving off a cold intent. A sect outside of the world dares to interfere in the battle for the throne of our Taishang. Their hands are reaching out too far. This time it is good that they are taught a lesson by Song Xingdao. Order the Ministry of Rites to send people to Tailing Sect to question them. Tailing Sect needs to give an explanation for this matter. Gaoruo bowed once more and agreed. Then, he raised his eyelids and probed. Then how should we deal with this Song Xingdao and Tanqiu? The yellow-robed old man frowned and didn't reply, carefully looking at the last portion of the document. Only after a full 7 minutes did he close it. Unparalleled battle formations, the pinnacle of sword intent, controlling 800 common people. Mysterious dragon warriors could cause Inquan and Tailing Sect to be so fearful and afraid. If this person had a huge army under him, what would happen? Chapter 445. Song Xingdao Tanqiu? What kind of person is that? Located between the Central Continent and Donglin Cloud Continent, in a villa hidden deep in the mountains of the Cloud Island. Lei Dong was at a loss, giving out a shocked exclamation. At this moment, he was standing in a reading room on a high cliff. Outside the window, clouds were floating about. The room was exquisite and elegant. Sitting at the side was the villa head of Wujua Villa Yanfan. At this moment his expression was complicated. Within his praise was a little bit of pity. As for Lei Dong, he was holding onto a communication talisman. He was silently using his mind to check the information within the talisman. Tailing Sect suffered heavy losses? Hey, the top Taoist sect actually has such a day? This Tanqiu is really amazing, flipping his hand and causing clouds, flipping his hand and causing rain to fall. With just 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, they were actually able to achieve such results. As for the hundreds of Song Xingdao elite disciples that followed, Lei Dong didn't care about them at all. He was the clearest about the character of such elite. Wujua Villa also had such people, but they were all protected tightly by the elders of the sect, not daring to hurt or touch them. Without training, they were like flowers in a greenhouse. Before they had enough experience, they wouldn't be of much use. Following which Lei Dong had an idea. Comprehending the pinnacle of sword intent, Black Spirit Canyon Path, using a self-created sword technique to defeat Jilingzi? Sword Path 1 with the spirit, unparalleled battle formations. Is this Tanqiu my brother Zhongshou? Other people might not know, but he who personally witnessed the Battle of Ruahai Straits was really clear. Unparalleled general seed. Apart from that Zhong Yuan, there was one more, Zhong Shou. I don't know, but it is most probably him. Yan Fan slightly nodded his head, his expression filled with emotions. Do you know that such a message talisman is in the hands of the 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, all the aristocratic families and sects, everyone has one? To say that it's spread throughout the universe isn't an exaggeration. He was hailed as another martial path miracle since Gantian monster King Zhong Shou defeated Long Ruo and the other two on Dragon Gathering Mountain Peak. There are already people who have listed Tan Qiu and Zhong Shou as one of the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World, along with the one from our Kenzo sect. Lei Dong's expression instantly turned strange. This was great. His younger brother had monopolized 2 of the 3 pinnacle sword. After this battle, within 10 years, no sect will dare to offend Song Xingdao. Forcing Tailing sect to make a 30-year agreement, those 3 sects and 6 schools would be able to free up thousands of common people, mysterious dragon warriors, and also have such an unparalleled general talent to lead them. This kind of strength was enough to destroy a sect. Less than a year after entering the sect, he had already made the sect flourish. Was the sect master's decision right or wrong? When you heard about the Black Spirit Canyon battle, did you regret it? Yan Fan sighed endlessly over this matter while Lei Dong rolled his eyes. He knew that this old man had always felt regretful that he wasn't able to bring Zhong Shou into the Kenzo sect. He was impatient in his heart, waiting for Yan Fan to stop before he interrupted. Stop the nonsense. Uncle, why did you call me back this time? That's impossible. Is it just for news about my brother Zhong Shou? Yan Fan was instantly furious, viciously staring at Lei Dong. However, a moment later, his expression calmed back down. Why else would I call you back? Naturally, it is because of that Juyu. Lei Dong knew what was going on, laughing coldly. What does that have to do with me? Although I came from Wujua Villa, what I use is a blade and not a sword. If the Kenzo sect doesn't find it embarrassing, I am interested to have a battle with that fellow. Then just give up on the blade and learn the sword. I have let you do whatever you want for 20 years. Today, Donger, you should stop. Yan Fan said calmly. Seeing Lei Dong's expression change, a cunning smile appeared in his eyes. This is what your grandfather wants. Do you dare to not follow? Lei Dong scoffed, saying in disdain, Grandfather? So what if he is? Even if he is here, I won't agree. That stubborn old man can forget about making me give up on the blade and learn the sword. The moment his words landed, Lei Dong's pupils constricted, the blood draining from his face. He was startled as he looked outside. Outside the window, at the place where the cliff was originally 100,000 feet, there was a person standing. He was around 70 years old, his expression dark and sunken, coldly smiling as he looked out of the window, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Inexplicably, he resonated with his uncle's word. If that fellow Zhong Shou could enter Wujua Villa, why would he be the scapegoat? At the same time, in the central region of Donglin Cloud Continent, a place with clear hills and clear water, Xianyuan Iren was happily looking at the item in her hands. This was a fiery red phoenix egg with fine golden veins. Outside the eggshell, there was a layer of flames burning. It was originally being nurtured in a jade bottle. At this moment, Xianyuan Iren took it out and placed it in her hands. Her jade-white hands were burnt by the flames but were totally fine. It is actually a red fire golden phoenix egg. Did Brother Shou ask you to send it over? The red fire golden phoenix was one of the subspecies closest to the phoenix. Within the cloud world, it was already extinct. Moreover, before it was born, it was the easiest to subdue. In the future, using essence blood to nurture it, one could make the beast think of it as its parent and could often jump 1 or 2 grades. If one had suitable spiritual items, It was even possible to nurture it into a natural protector beast. However, what Xianyuan Iran was most happy about wasn't the preciousness of the egg, but that Zhong Shou was thinking about her. That's right. The one who replied was Xian Mountain City's Zhu Junho. Gantian Mountain and Pill Fountain sect had grievances, so it wasn't easy for him to come over. Zhong Shou could only invite him over. At this moment, Zhu Junho's expression was unusually solemn. The ruler also instructed for Little Miss to return to Xian Mountain. Once he reaches adulthood, he can marry you. Since Pill Fountain sect has no intentions of understanding, then there is no point in you staying here. The Donlin sects are in a weird situation. If you don't return soon, there will be changes. Changes? Xianyuan Iran's brows furrowed as she raised her head and looked into the sky. How would she not know about the weird situation within Pill Fountain sect? Things would change if things were delayed. She deeply agreed with those words. Zhu Junho's expression was really serious. Not only did the ruler say that, but even the city lord also said that. Even I think so. We can just ignore this Pill Fountain sect. Xianyuan Iran didn't agree or disagree, leisurely saying, Uncle Junho, do you know that my master has been in secluded meditation for 3 years and there is no news from him? Moreover, I have asked to meet him many times but there is no result. I remember that before he went into secluded meditation, he said that he would cultivate for a few months. However, until now there is no news. Master has treated me so well and loves me so much. If I leave just like that, I won't be at ease. Zhu Junho's brows instantly furrowed. He knew that Xianyuan Iran's personality was weird, and she valued relationships too much. When he came, he was afraid that this would happen. Today it was as he expected. Then, he sighed, thinking to himself, Zhong Shou, this brat's personality caused the city lord and his wife to have a headache. Now it is your turn to worry about her. He also dissed Xianyuan Tong. This city lord was good at everything but in terms of teaching children, it made him speechless. Just as he was considering, and was about to say something to persuade him, Xianyuan Iran frowned. Xianyuan Iran's brows rose up, keeping the egg into her sleeve. A moment later, as expected, a few disciples hurried past from the side. Have you heard? That sword Prince Jiyu has come? Now he is about to fight with Senior Brotherly. Why is he so quick? Last time this person swept Shuahua sect less than 10 days ago. I heard that this person was badly injured in that battle. In the past, he would heal up for 20 to 30 days before finding another sect. Why is it an exception this time? This person is underestimating our Pill Fountain sect. Damn it, originally Senior Brotherly Yuandan could barely fight with him. Now that his physical body is destroyed, I heard that he went to Lingyun's sect to rebuild his body. Today, only Senior Brotherly Yuanluo can fight. He is grade 7 and might be able to fight him. That bunch of Pill Fountain sect disciples hurriedly passed. Not long later, there was no more sound. Xianyuan Iran's eyes were filled with shock. Jueyu, Sword Prince? Without hesitating, Xianyuan Iran had already jumped up and apologized to Zhu Junho before flying down the mountain. Like a ball of fire, she flew down. Just as she arrived at the mountain gate, she saw a bright sword light rise up and light up heaven and earth. Along with a familiar scoff, dust and smoke rose up from that direction. Xianyuan Iran was astonished, quickly increasing her speed. Only to see that at the waist of the mountain, the huge mountain gate was nowhere to be seen. Senior Brotherly Yuanluo, who had always treated her well, was now purple as he knelt at the side. The many Pill Fountain sect disciples here were all silent, there was no sound at all. A cold voice rang out not far away. Don't tell me that in this huge Pill Fountain sect, there isn't anyone who can take a sword from me? The owner of the voice was an elegant, jade-like teen who stood upright. Although he was handsome, the feeling he gave others was ice cold without any temperature, like he wasn't a living person. His gaze was cold as he searched around. Among the Pill Fountain sect people, those grade 8 and grade 9 elders were filled with disappointment and disdain. It wasn't that there was no one who could fight him, but that these few people weren't willing to fight him. Only after a few breaths did an old man walk out, cupping his fists. My sect disciple Li Yuandan is good at spiritual cultivation and will return soon. If Jian Guang is willing, you can come back to my Pill Fountain sect after a year. Li Yuandan? That person who lost to the Gantian Mountain Monster King? Such a despicable person, I'm not interested. When the old man stepped out, the hope that appeared in Jueyu's eyes disappeared without a trace. He waved his sleeves and turned around, heading down the mountain. At this moment, a bamboo bird suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, directly passing through space and landing on his shoulder. It chirped softly, its voice was extremely crisp and nice to hear. Song Xing Dao Tanxiu? Chapter 446. Song Xing Dao Tanxiu? You said that in Black Spirit Canyon, this person defeated Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi with 201 swords? The first 200 swords were all defensive, taking the Taiqing Qingfeng sword head-on and not losing. Only the last sword was an attack and he defeated Ji Lingzi? This person is really interesting. That bamboo bird continued to chirp non-stop. Jueyu didn't care much. Unparalleled formation? What does that have to do with me? I only hope that this person can break through to grade 7. I, Jueyu, can have one more opponent. Looking into the distance in deep thought, Jueyu didn't stay any longer and walked down the mountain. Although there were thousands of Pill Fountain sect disciples here, none of them were willing to stop them. Those 10 over elders all had green faces. From start to finish, they weren't willing to take a single look. Xian Yuan Iren frowned. However, at this moment, what she cared about the most wasn't the blow to the reputation of the sect. At this moment, a small half of the 19 spiritual houses had lost face under the Jueyu sword, so Pill Fountain sect didn't matter. What she cared about was what Jueyu muttered to himself. Song Xing Dao Tanxiu? For some reason, she instinctively felt that this name had something to do with Zhong Shou. Who knows, it might be the fake name that her little brother Shou used in Song Xing Dao. Her eyes swept around for a moment. Not long later, her eyes lit up. Without making a sound, Xian Yuan Iren walked to the side of a teen in a blue shirt who was frowning and deep in thought. Senior brother Yuan Ding, may I ask who that Tanxiu is? The person she was asking was her senior brother Yuan Ding, who tried to force her to leave after she left Cloud Saint City. He was ranked 7th out of all the senior and junior brothers. However, he came from a huge family and was far more well-informed than her. He knew all the big and small rumors in the cultivation world like the back of his hand. Who knows what Yuan Ding was thinking about, but when he heard that he was frightened, he turned around and took a look before he heaved a sigh of relief. So it's junior sister? Immediately, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Junior sister is asking about that Song Xing Dao Tanxiu? This name shocked all the sects of the cloud world. Why hasn't junior martial sister heard about it? You're too ignorant. Xian Yuan Iren shook her head, thinking to herself, was this person really so famous? For the past few days, she had been cultivating with her eyes closed, waiting for her master to come out of seclusion. He didn't know anything about the outside world. If it wasn't for Jueyu mentioning it, she wouldn't even know this name. However, when Yuanding said that, for some reason, Xian Yuan Iren felt ashamed. That's not surprising. This matter is only spread among the higher-ups of the aristocratic families of the cloud world and hasn't spread out. It's normal that you don't know. Looking at Yuanding, who was still speaking so confidently without any shame, Xian Yuan Iren really wanted to punch him in the face. Even if the news hadn't spread, how could he say that she was ignorant? Luckily, in the next moment, Yuanding's expression turned serious. Junior sister, have you heard about the Yen City Pass rebellion 20 years ago? Not only did that Song Xingdao lose a core disciple, over the years, they lost no less than 400 men. However, a few days ago, that Song Xingdao's traitor Yuan Jiuqin was beheaded. Tailing sect also suffered heavy losses. 4 out of 10 of their main Dao soldiers' purple cloud sword cavalry were gone. It was said that the main disciple of Song Xingdao was this Tan Qiu. He first convinced the Han king to abandon Yuan Jiuqin. Then, he led 800 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, to defeat enemies several times their size. He even defeated Ji Lingzi, who was famous for many years in Black Spirit Canyon. I heard all this news from my master, I don't know the details. However, this person is called the Rising Star of the Cloud World Sword Path, on the same level as your fiancé. Xianyuan Iren's eyes lit up. She could confirm that this Tan Qiu was definitely Zhong Shou. As expected, no matter where her husband was, he couldn't hide his sharpness. Guangling Hanhai, a place located deep in the desert and slightly south. A luxuriously decorated cloud-crossing carriage was quietly parked above a small sand dune. Beside the car, there was a bottomless pit. Originally, digging a hole in the desert was an arduous and unrewarding task. However, at this moment, the sand beside the hole had already been petrified. This caused the hole to successfully go deep into the ground. It should be here. 20,000 feet underground, the ground below was extremely firm. There was also an invisible resistance which caused them to be unable to continue digging. Zhong Shou decisively stopped, using threads of soul power in his eyes to shine around him. Within 1,000 feet, everything could be seen. Even the microbes that lived within the sand layer. Beneath his feet, he could see that not only was there a layer of firm walls, but there were also some thin runes that appeared in Zhong Shou's eyes. Looking at the patterns, it was a really complicated and mysterious spiritual formation. There were a full 12 complete dragon veins which were supplying energy to the formation. Not only could this place roam around the Guangling Hanhai, but it also had a shocking defense. It cut off the space within and turned it into a sealed world. A bright glow flashed in his eyes as Zhong Shou took out the 9-change barrier-breaking talisman that he had used a full 200,000 merit points to exchange for. Along with his soul power being injected in, it caused this golden celestial talisman to shine brighter and brighter, shining with a golden glow. When Zhong Shou finally fed this celestial talisman, his head was covered in cold sweat. His soul ocean was dried up and close to drying up. However, he didn't dare to delay, chanting out a spell to draw this talisman over. That talisman instantly turned into a ball of golden light and charged into the ground. It caused the nearby spiritual energy to fluctuate and shake. The spiritual formation below also reacted right away, trying its best to prevent that ball of golden light from descending. However, there was a change in the latter. All of a sudden, they scattered and turned into specks of golden light dust that seeped into the stone. Suddenly, it forcefully attacked. Sometimes it seeped in, sometimes it caused the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations to affect the shaking of the spiritual formation. A spell seemed to have its own consciousness, causing numerous changes, causing the formation below to be unable to deal with it as it crumbled bit by bit. After Zhong Shou consumed a god-returning pill provided by the sect, he closed his eyes to rest. He waited for an hour before a white glow flashed in his sleeve. Originally, no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to leave a single mark on the wall. But now it instantly cracked. In an instant, a hole the size of a person appeared in front of their eyes. Along the way down, they didn't face any spiritual formation rejection. When they reached 1,200 feet, it was empty. An extremely wide space appeared in front of their eyes. Ruoshui looked around, only to see that this place, be it north or south, one couldn't see the end of it. However, looking down from above, One could roughly see that the terrain below was built based on the mountains and rivers of the cloud world. Using mercury to replace the river, it flowed. In the east, south, west, north, there were 4 enormous golden copper men standing tall. That mountain is Source Mountain? With just one look, it recognized the southeast corner as its master. It was 1,000 feet tall fake mountain, similar to the top mountain of the cloud world. Following which, Ruoshui was startled. The landscape here was different from now. The position of Source Mountain was also a little off. Here, its height was only third. The mountains and rivers that were built up were from 10,000 years ago, before the cloud continent was broken. Even Zhong Yuan at the side was stunned, shock flashing in his eyes. Only Chu Shui was still at a loss and didn't understand. Young master, what is this place? Why is it so dark and sinister? Looking at the situation here, I know that this is naturally the tomb of the first emperor, Zhong Shou casually explained. However, Chu Shui was still at a loss. Numerous question marks were written on her face. Zhong Shou didn't find it weird. It would be weird if this brat heard about it. He didn't have much hope for this Shui's intellect. He jumped down and stood still on a fake mountain. Looking up, he could see a blue sky, sun, moon, and stars. However, today he had dug out a hole. Ruoshui, Zhong Yuan, Chu Shui, and the other 2 all followed behind. However, their faces were filled with worry. Zhong Shou also knew what they were worried about. He shook his head and stared at a huge coffin that was hovering in the air about 50 miles away. Don't worry, this is just a fake tomb, a cenotaph. As long as we don't have any ideas about the corpse of the first emperor and his treasures, we will be fine if we don't touch the restrictions. Apart from the 16 copper men, there were numerous terracotta soldiers and horses that looked like they were made of pottery. Closely packed together, there were close to 100,000 of them. They didn't move at all as they lined up in all directions. They looked like dead objects, but Zhong Shou knew that if he wasn't careful, he would activate the killing formation here. These terracotta soldiers and horses would move once more and turn into killing weapons. Each terracotta soldier, even the most basic one, had combat strength comparable to a grade 6 Xuanwu ancestor. The Qin Empire that this Qin emperor built was not only the ancestor of the Central Dynasty but also the ancestor of the Central Dynasty. When it was at its peak, it was 100 times stronger than the Wulya country that could easily wipe out Sex. The elite troops under him far exceeded the Blood Cloud cavalry. These terracotta soldiers and horses were said to have chosen the most elite soldiers as well as strong slaves to be buried with him. As for the 16 copper men, their strength was comparable to a heaven-grade expert. Although he said those words casually, Zhong Shou was really careful. Activating the spirit seal, he sensed the location of that thing for a moment before heading south. He had come to this sub-tomb dozens of times in the last life, so he was quite familiar with it. However, that was in the game. As a mid to low-grade dungeon, the drop rate of this sub-tomb was not bad, which was why it was loved by players. Zhong Shou had fought for many days and nights in this tomb. What surprised him was that although this place was different from the God Emperor game in the last life, it was mostly the same. What he was looking for wasn't the item that the first emperor was buried with, so naturally, the danger was reduced to a minimum. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.